Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Oh no. Oh no, I forgot to remove the splash screen. Hello, guys and gals. So, season 3 of Diablo 4 is starting soon, and I wanted to get in and do some theory crafts, have a little bit of fun with it. There's so many fun things to theory craft. I mean, like, let's make a little list here. Make a little theory crafting list. So, theory crafting list. So what do we want to theory craft? Well, like, first off, Meteor Sorceress, right? Meteor, Sorky, Porky. Um, Penshot Rogue got huge buffs, actually, Biv. It's kind of like a... I'll have to show you guys because I actually made an entire character. Why's my nose itchy? I actually made an entire character based around Penshot last season, and that character that I created last season got insane buffs, like to the moon and back. Like I don't even know how to explain it. Like it's like nuclear bomb level. So we're gonna play around with that. I'll go over it when we're we're playing with stuff. Maybe I can even bring up the Penshot Rogue and we can play around with that. Bone Spirit Necro. That's one we can try and theory craft today. I actually have an existing Bone Spirit Necromancer, so we can edit him, get him up to date for season 3. What else is there? There's also the Lightning Storm Druid. That one's going to be fun. I actually already kind of started that one. We might start with that one because I think his file is actually like already in there, so we can play with him. There's also the Charge Barbarian if we want to try around with that. Which shouldn't be too different than my Kick Barbarian, because a lot of the aspects that apply to Kick also apply to Charge, because they're both brawling skills, which is rather interesting. A Poison Necro? Necros don't have poison in Diablo 4. I mean, you could potentially try and add in poison through things like Andariel's Visage and a couple other things, but yeah, they took poison away from the Necros in D4. And honestly, the poison in Diablo 2 did never really worked all that well either. Thus, my Diablo 2 fixing videos, where I literally have, like a video about fixing Poison Dagger, a video about fixing Poison Explosion, and like the only one that even works on the Necromancer is literally Poison Nova, and that's pretty much it. So, I mean, it's not even like it worked very well in Diablo 2 either. They also beefed up Rabies. So maybe Rabies Druid. Perhaps maybe using the new basic skill unique. Perhaps that could be something that we could also theory craft on. I'm missing one. I know I'm missing one. Necro got the Bone Spirit items and the Bone Spirit buffs. Druid got the Lightning Storm and the Lightning Storm buffs. Barbarian got the Charge buffs. Sorceress got the Meteor buffs. Maybe I'm not missing anything. I think, well, I don't have Penshot up here, so let's put Penshot Rogue. We can adjust our Penshot Rogue as well. That's another whole thing that we can play around with. So I'm over here on Diablo4.life. If you guys have never checked out Diablo4.life, it's a website that's pretty awesome. It's actually pretty much made by just one person, which is Proner, and I also have helped on occasion to add content to the page, as well as tools, come up with ideas for tools and things like that. There's some pretty cool stuff on here, tool-wise. Like there's tools that are still honestly extremely useful, like the ones that help you find legendary affixes and gambling, like the gambling tool. And some more things like the unique item target farm search engine, so you can basically just type in an item and find a search engine. I even have a handy dandy little thing here. Hold on, where's my little ticker at? Where's my ticker? There's my ticker. Boop. Look at that. Look at that. That's right. So we're going to be using Diablo 4.life today to do some builds. I think I already have the Lightning Storm Druid in here. It is updated for the Season of the Construct, so you can pull the Season of the Construct up, so you got that. And then on top of that, the new uniques are in here now. He got them updated, which is... This is the Lightning Storm one. We don't have graphics for them yet because we don't know exactly what they look like, but they're in here now, which is what's important. And this guy might be mostly set up. I'm kind of since we already got him kind of set up. What I'm going to do is once I get these guys set up, I'll add a link to the build in the description of the video so that you guys can like pull these up anytime you want to. But let's go over what I've done so far with this guy, and then we'll kind of talk about it. So the general gist of this build was to kind of build around the unsung aesthetic new unique, which is the one that makes it so the Lightning Storm gains 1 additional strike each time it grows. Lightning Storm's critical strikes cause lightning to strike twice, dealing 10 to 20% increased damage. So the general gist here is that, well, this is a huge buff to Lightning Storm, and then build the entire character around Lightning Storm. Although we never really touched on the actual little mercenary here. So we've got a lot of lightning stuff. We got Lightning Bolt. And since we're building lightning, we're probably gonna go lightning. So we're just gonna keep pushing the lightning with this particular character. There's also another one. I think it's Tempest, which also causes lightning. So we're gonna double dip into lightning. So we're gonna go Lightning Bolt and we're gonna go Tempest. And the general gist of this is to basically get, like the scaling. According to what people are saying, this guy scales 100% off of your stats. So if I'm built for lightning, then he's built for lightning. We're both built for lightning, essentially. Now for Lightning Bolt, I was thinking we could go with more of a AoE. So we got like the multi-shot, and then there's the piercing, and then there's also the what is it called? It's like the guided one. I can't remember the name of it right off the top of my head. It basically allows it to seek the target. Is it not arcing? I mean, we could also do arcing too. That could be kind of interesting as opposed to the other one. But what I was thinking is this one would actually probably help. Yeah, seeking support. The projectile will auto-seek enemies for a limited duration. So this will make it multi-shot, piercing, and seeking, so that the bolts actually seek and all hit the target at the same time. So you'll have like 4 lightning bolts come out, and then those 4 lightning bolts will like home in on the target. So that'd be kind of interesting. This one, the Tempest one, is electrically charge an enemy, causing it to deal damage to themselves and additional damage each second over time. If the enemy is killed, Tempest spreads to another enemy, gaining for additional time and bonus damage. These bonuses are applied if Tempest is reapplied onto the same enemy. So this is like electrically charging the enemy with the ability to hit other enemies nearby. We don't know what Genesis does. We don't know what it's like Evernight and Genesis. Those are the 2 we don't know what they do yet, so we'll have to wait for those. What I was thinking with this one was the registered damage support, which is basically kind of like the Barber Gem from Season 1. It basically registers a bunch of damage, and then it explodes after the time period is up, which I think could be kind of interesting to see how that calculates. And then from this one, I was thinking we could make this skill arc so that it hits additional enemies. That way we have multiple enemies charging up at the same time, so Tempest will basically charge up, like 3 or 4 enemies as opposed to just one. And then what else would we want to do here? We could also do the duration, which for this one I think might be the good play, because this is an ability that you basically charge the enemy and it causes them to deal damage to themselves over time. So having it last for longer would probably be a good thing, so that it's just constantly hitting as many targets nearby as it can. So basically we got like a full offensive setup here, which we could potentially change this into a more defensive setup, but I think it's kind of interesting. I've got Harlequin Crest here, but obviously Harlequin Crest isn't even realistic. Um, I mean, a more realistic option. Let's see if we can find something more realistic, because getting your hands on a Shaku early on is probably not going to happen. I mean, we're going to be using the basic skills a lot, so it might be decent to go with Aspect of the Might here just for defensive capability. All we got to do is tap our Earth Spike every now and then. So since this build was already kind of finished before I started, let's go over everything together, and we'll talk about you know, kind of like what I'm thinking with this build and how it might work. So Aspect of Might for the damage reduction, because you always need a little bit of DR. The Cyclonic Force, I was going for the physical damage reduction as well, because we are going with Cyclone Armor. This is a build where you don't really need monsters in melee range. I have basically no melee skills on this character. Earth Spike is a ranged ability that can be used on any monster at any distance. Lightning Storm kind of just hits everything around you in a circle. Cataclysm hits everything around you in a circle. The wolves are not really part of me. I can just tell them to do whatever I want them to do. Cyclonic Force knocks enemies away from me, which is kind of what I want. I don't want them near me. And then Poison Creeper is really just so that I have an additional immobilize and poisoning effect. Although we may end up replacing that with something else. We'll see. For the boons, we were going with the damage reduction from elites, the critical strike damage, which is actually now a multiplier, according to the patch notes. Although if we have too much, it might turn back into an additive. It really kind of depends on how much we have. I'm not entirely sure if I need a critical strike chance or attack. I don't need attack speed because, well, you know, like, it's a channeling ability, and attack speed doesn't affect channeling abilities. And then down here, I did extend duration of ultimate skills because we're going to be using Cataclysm. And then I also did the Calm Before the Storm, which is lucky hit. Nature magic skills have up to a 10% chance to reduce the cooldown of your ultimate skills by 2 seconds. So the general idea here is that we got like Cataclysm running like nonstop, and you know, just generally reduce that 60-second cooldown as much as we can, extend the duration as much as we can, so that it's closer to 100% uptime on Cataclysm. The general gist of this build is just to have like as many lightning effects going off at any given time as humanly possible. And we're achieving this. Not only do we have the lightning storm and then the new aspect, which causes more lightning strikes, we're also using Cataclysm and then increasing the duration and then reducing the cooldown. So all of this is very helpful to increase the number of lightning effects going off on the screen at any given time. I'm also going to see if I can work in the Storm's Companion here with the wolves, so that the wolves become lightning based as well. And then on top of that, we're also utilizing the aspect of the Lightning Dancer, which basically gives us the 3 dancing bolts that seek enemies in the area, dealing lightning damage. The Runeworker's Conduit aspect, which charges enemies or charges the air around you, causing lightning bolt to periodically hit enemies in the area. And then we also have the Overcharged aspect, which is 20% lucky hit chance when dealing damage to an enemy. It will overload the target for 3 seconds, causing any direct damage you deal to them to pulse additional damage to surrounding enemies. So we've got 1 lightning effect, 2 lightning effects, 3 lightning effects, 4 lightning effects, 5 lightning effects, 6 lightning effects, 7 lightning effects, 8 lightning effects. As far as I can tell, we're running about 8 different lightning effects, and then we have 9 down here with Overload, which is dealing lightning damage has a 40% chance to cause the target to emit static discharge, dealing 20% lightning damage to surrounding enemies. So as you can see, with literally like 9 different lightning effects going off at any given time, the entire screen should just be... It honestly, I probably won't even be able to see my character. That's how many lightning effects should be going off at any given moment. And that's not including, of course, this is 9. That's not including the skill tree. So in the skill tree, there's a couple ways that you can add lightning effects. One is this one right here, which is Bad Omen, which is lucky hit, a 30% chance when dealing damage to a vulnerable, immobilized, or stunned enemies that a lightning bolt also hits the target, dealing 55% damage. Then we also have the Endless Tempest, which increases the duration of Hurricane and Cataclysm. That could be interesting to run Hurricane with this, actually, since that also increases the Hurricane duration. And then we also have this one, which causes it to deal additional damage to the monsters that are immobilized, etc. Um, this is the only one I'm actually not running, which is Charged Atmosphere. And I actually pulled Charged Atmosphere for the Poison Creeper because I wanted to grab basically the free immobilize, the poison effect, and of course also the critical strike damage, or the critical strike chance, which is useful. A lot of this build revolves around if the target is immobilized. If the target is immobilized, like there's a lot of immobilization that goes on in this particular build, and so the general idea is just have as much crowd control as we can so the targets are constantly mobilized so that we're getting all of those free lightning effects. And also the damage bonuses. There's tons of additional damage bonuses that have to do with if the monster is immobilized, if the monster is vulnerable, if the monster is stunned, etc., etc., etc. So we get more and more damage depending on their status. Let's go over the skill tree real quick, just so we can verify. So we're using Earth Spike, and the reason why we're using Earth Spike is so that we can get the benefit from these skills like Natural Disaster and Resonance, as well as the extra bonus damage that we're utilizing with Natural Balance. So basically what it does is every time we cast an Earth skill, we get a bonus for Storm skills, and every time we cast a Storm skill, we get a bonus for Earth skills. So we're basically just using Earth Spike in the mix here for no other reason other than to get the bonuses for everything else that we cast. And since that's going to be our basic skill, we'll be spamming that for resources, and so we'll use that and then go back and forth between them, and it should work out pretty well. Obviously, we're grabbing the Wild Impulses to increase our core skill damage because our core skill is our main ability. We also have the Lightning Storm maxed out, the Enhanced Lightning Storm for the size of your Lightning Storm. And then, of course, also the additional Lightning Strike because we're going with as many Lightning Strikes as we can. We already have several other ways to immobilize, so we don't need the Primal Lightning Storm. Instead, we're just going for more Lightning Strikes. We're already using the unique, which gives us more lightning strikes, and then we got this, which gives us more lightning strikes. Which means we have I think a total of 12 or 13 different lightning strikes going off at any given time, depending on what the hell's going on. It should be pretty crazy with this particular build, just the sheer number of strikes happening on the screen at any given time. We're going with Cyclone Armor, specifically because we're not a melee build. And we don't really want the monsters next to us. So having the ability to knock back the enemies will probably be very effective for us. On top of this, we're also using the Preserving Cyclone Armor, which is every 10 seconds the Cyclone Armor intensifies, causing incoming damage to granted damage to you 30% damage reduction. This will actually be very helpful because we're going to be standing still in a little, area, and we don't really have the ability to cast things while we're channeling. We have to stop channeling to cast other abilities. And so this is going to just go off constantly while we're channeling. So if we're ever in a situation where we're just holding down the button and we're just channeling forever, then this is going to help us tremendously, because one of the things that I noticed when I set up my Inferno Sorceress last season was that when you're channeling, you can't do anything. So having abilities that can automatically cast during that time frame, like Cyclone Armor, which automatically casts every 10 seconds, is very, very helpful. Like having the wolves, for instance, that just go ahead and they just do their thing without you, right? So you don't have to actually micromanage them or anything. They just go out there and they just beat the crap out of everything, right? Having things that can work while you're channeling is definitely very effective. And it might be a good idea for me to include Hurricane in this, I'm not sure. Because Hurricane also, likewise, you can just press the button, then it works. And then you can just kind of move on, right? And you just let it do its thing while you do everything else. The only reason I might not grab Hurricane is because it's so very short range. It only really hits everything directly around you. But, I don't know. We'll see. It could be an interesting way to roll this. Like maybe instead of going with Poison Creeper, we could go with Hurricane and then go with the damage reduction from Hurricane or something. It certainly wouldn't hurt. We also have the we are using the duration increase as well because we're using it for Cataclysm, so it's kind of like a double use purpose scenario there. So we do get the 15% increased duration from Endless Tempest. Could be another interesting way to go instead of Poison Creeper, because Poison Creeper is less of an active, like a useful thing that goes all the time. So let's change this out to Hurricane. That way we just, in my opinion, we'll just have this constantly running. We'll increase the duration as much as we can, and then that way we can just tap it and we can go into our Lightning Storm. So this will be running while we're Lightning Storming. This will be automatically going while we're Lightning Storming. The Wolves will be doing their thing while we're Lightning Storming. And then the Cataclysm will be doing its thing while we're Lightning Storming. So hopefully the way this would work is we're just constantly, like holding down this button while everything else is doing what it's supposed to be doing, which is the general plan. We're also grabbing the Vigilance, which is really nice. So that's the one that gives you the damage reduction for using your defensive skill. So every time we use Cyclone Armor, we'll get a nice little damage reduction of 15%, which will be very helpful. We grab Nature's Reach for the distant enemies damage bonus, as well as double this bonus if they're stunned, immobilized, or knocked back. This one will be huge for us because we're constantly slowing, stunning, and immobilizing targets, as well as they should pretty much all be distant from us for the most part because of the constant knockbacks and various things that we've got going on. On top of this, our main Paragon board, which we need to actually set up this Paragon board, so this will be something fun we can do in a minute. But our main Paragon board is going to be Thunderstruck, which is the one that scales based off damage versus close and damage versus distant bonuses. So we're going to be stacking damage versus distant and damage versus close bonuses to get the multiplier on this, and preferably distant for this. So in this particular case, having like something that works on distant isn't exactly a bad thing because we'll be stacking that stuff. And of course, we've got like everything here. We've got 1 in Element Exposure, 3 in Endless Tempest, 3 in Bad Omen, 3 in Electric Shock. I would like to put 1 in Charged Atmosphere, but I don't think it's necessary. I've got so much going on at this point, and it's only like once every certain number of seconds. I'd much rather prefer something like this, which is on a lucky hit and goes off, like more often, than something like this, which is only going to go off once every certain number of seconds. This one doesn't seem as useful as this one. That's why I threw 3 points in here as opposed to 3 points in here. And then down here, we definitely grabbed Cataclysm and all the bonuses because we want the duration to increase. And then we also have the Lightning Strikes from Cataclysm make enemies vulnerable, which will be nice. So we won't have to worry about that too much. If we can keep Cataclysm up constantly, then everything should be vulnerable basically all the time. Here we kind of moved away from Defiance. I've kind of fallen out of love with the damage versus elites. I've kind of found out some information about the damage versus elites, which kind of leads me to believe that it doesn't really affect as many monsters as we thought. And there's definitely a lot of monsters that do not classify as elites. Like a really high number actually don't classify as elites. Even monsters that you might think classify as elites apparently don't classify as elites. So this one doesn't really seem as interesting to me, so I just only put 1 point into it. We grabbed 3 in Circle of Life for the healing. So that way while we're channeling Lightning Storm, we're constantly healing ourselves, which will certainly come in handy because we can't move. And then grabbed Resonance and Natural Disaster, 3 points in each. These are the ones that give you really nice multipliers when you go back and forth between Earth and Storm skills. You still get a good little multiplier even if you aren't going back and forth, but this will at least give you, like something. And then down here we picked Perfect Storm, which is Storm skills grant you one spirit and deal 15% increased damage when damaging a vulnerable, immobilized, or slowed enemy. Which again, we got tons of that vulnerable, immobilized, or slowed stuff going on. And now for the Paragon board. We actually need to work out this Paragon board. So let's go ahead and just reset this real quick. All right. For the first glyph slots, let's see what we want here. Enemies damaged by your lightning bolts or dancing bolts take 20% increased damage from you for 5 seconds. Well, that looks freaking amazing. Let's just go ahead and throw that on there. For the first tree, I'm definitely thinking about Thunderstruck. I think that's like the biggest tree for this character because that's our scaling damage multiplier from Thunderstruck. We're also going to get a lot of our critical strike damage, vulnerable damage. There should also be some lightning damage in this tree too. Yeah, storm skill damage. Honestly, we could just leave this like this. We're definitely going to grab this one here, which is the vulnerable and the crit strike. Both of these are going to be useful to us. And then we can kind of avoid this one. That one's not really all that important. This one's lightning resistance. Doesn't really matter either. We definitely want this one, so we can fast track our way through here. This will give us some more critical strike damage. We don't necessarily have to grab the crowd control, but it's on the way to the node anyway. Then we have Nature Magic deals 10% times increased damage to vulnerable enemies. So this is this will come in handy because we should be making monsters vulnerable all the time. Let's take a look at some of the other ones though. 12 times increased lightning damage to both healthy and injured enemies. Keeper. This is actually an interesting thing. So, remember I was saying that, like, the elite thing doesn't really apply to everything, like, despite the fact that we think it might. I don't think bosses actually count as elites. I was actually trying to figure this out the other day, and the information that I can seem to gather is that bosses don't technically count as elites. They are considered bosses, not elites. Elites are elites, and bosses are bosses. Players also count as elites, but players obviously don't count as bosses. Here in this particular situation, you see it specifically say to non-elites, and then it also specifies bosses. Which if it doesn't work versus elites, but then it does work versus bosses, you see how this kind of confirms that elites and bosses are actually two different categories. So it's specifically excluding elites and then specifically saying that bosses are still allowed. And this is what I've actually come across, is that it doesn't seem like bosses count as elites, despite the fact that elites, are obviously elites. So a lot of this stuff that you see in the game that gives you bonuses to elites, it doesn't seem to apply to as much as we think it applies to, which is really unfortunate. Let's see here. Critical strikes increase the damage an enemy takes from you by times 50% for 20 seconds, up to 300% times. That is insane. It's definitely one that we're going to want to get our hands on. Tears of the Blood Glyph doesn't even exist as far as I know. Just kind of going over all of them, seeing which ones I might want to have fun with. It definitely seems like we want the... which one was it? Yeah, we got the Electrocution. And then we don't need the Exploit. We probably don't need Exploit on this build at all. So we could just avoid that one. Fulminate seems like it could be a good one as well. I definitely think the extra 12 times increased lightning damage to both healthy and injured would certainly work out just fine. We want the storm skill damage, so we definitely grab that. This one is Dex, so we're going to grab both of those Dex nodes. We definitely want the damage reduction versus vulnerable enemies. So we're going to grab both of those. And it looks like we've got more than enough dexterity. We could even pull one of the dex nodes and still be fine. All right, so moving on to the next one. So we want to use Heightened Malice because Heightened Malice gives a 45% times bonus, which is a very powerful bonus. It only applies if there's 3 or more poisoned enemies nearby, but it's extremely powerful. And we can utilize this with the Constricting Tendrils, which is the lucky hit nature magic skills, have up to a 15% chance to entangle the enemy in vines, immobilizing and poisoning them for mobilizing them for 2 seconds and poisoning them for 4 seconds, right? So basically what we're doing here is we're just adding in the very poison that we need to use Heightened Malice. So all of our nature magic skills will then poison the targets, which we can then rely on Heightened Malice to make that distinction. Now, in this particular case, though, we don't really have a lot of good ways to poison the target otherwise, so we probably want to grab Constricting Tendrils first. Just so that we can get that poison. And then once we have that poison, then we can start working on the other stuff. There's also some pretty good nature magic nodes inside this tree. So we can definitely have some fun grabbing some of this nature magic skill damage as well. And let's see here. Which one of these would we want? Yeah, this one right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep it this way because we're going to go up here through this node right here, which is nature magic skill damage. And we're going to grab these nature magic skill nodes. That way we get as much damage as we can out of this. And then, of course, we're going to grab the glyph sockets, which we definitely do want. And we want earth and sky. We're also going to grab nature's will. Earth and sky is willpower. So we're going to ignore the intelligence and dex nodes here for the most part. We can ignore this one too, unless we really want to go for maximum life. And then we're going to grab some of the willpower nodes so that we can activate this. And we've got our 40 points, which is really all we need. And how do we get to, where's the quickest path to get to the next node? Pretty much this one right here. And now we're going to grab Heightened Malice. So Heightened Malice is going to be how we're going to get the additional 45% multiplier. We also want Ancestral Guidance too, which is after spending 75 spirit, you deal 30% increased damage for 5 seconds. We'll probably clear this easily because Lightning Storm is a channeling skill, and we're basically going to be burning all of our spirit every single time we use Lightning Storm. So as we use Lightning Storm, we're just going to sit there and we're just going to be, like burning spirit constantly, which means we'll always hit the 75 spirit that we need to get that 30% times multiplier. So it should work out just fine. We shouldn't have any trouble getting that. We also want this one, though. So we want both of them. We're going to go ahead and grab Heightened Malice here, though, which is all the way up there. Poopity poopities. Now, because we are going for the poison, we can grab these damage to poisoned enemy nodes. So our best path actually might be to grab this. And I'm not sure where's that other one we wanted. I think Outmatch might actually be a really good one for us. It doesn't include elites, but it does include bosses, which will definitely help us tremendously with that. And then it works for rare nodes, so damage reduction from poisoned enemies and damage to poisoned enemies. Both of those will work just fine. We'll grab both of those. It's a dexterity, so we'll grab both the dex nodes. We also want all the damage reduction from poisoned enemies. And grab this one and this one, because we're moving this direction. Because we want to grab this damage to poisoned enemies right here, which is going to help us a lot versus the any monster that's poisoned, so we can get that bonus damage. We're going to avoid these elite damage to elites though, because I just don't really think they're all that effective. And then we're going to pass through here, which is going to get us another damage to poisoned enemies. We don't want poison damage nodes though, because we're not building poison damage, so avoid the poison damage nodes. just grab the damage to poisoned enemies. So what this means is if a monster is poisoned, you get a bonus damage to any damage that you deal to that target, not just poison damage. But poison damage only gives you a bonus to the poison damage that you're dealing, which we're not interested in. We just want to poison them. We don't really care about how much poison damage it does. And then we can just sneak up here and grab this through this little line. Probably avoid anything you can up there. This one right here, we just avoid that one too, because that one's just poison resistance. And then from here, we need to grab the spirit one, which we are pretty close here. Is that really shorter than that? I guess it is. Huh, that makes me think. Hold on. Let's try a quick experiment here, because this might, if that's actually shorter than the latter, then that means that we could probably do this. No, because it's still shorter to go that way. Wow, okay. I mean, it doesn't matter either way. Actually, you know what? Here we go. This is a better idea. What am I doing? Alright, so let's grab this one. And then this is actually shorter. Alright, and so we're going to pop off of this one. So this one we want Ancestral Guidance. Ancestral Guidance is the one where we basically just spend Spirit. And we definitely do want this one. What do we got in here? Core skill damage, which could potentially help us. We've got 2 core skill damage nodes. Nothing too fancy. Let's go ahead and grab the glyph. Let's do it like this. That way we go through the core skill to get the glyph. And what do we want for this last one? Probably something defensive. We also need damage versus close and damage versus distant. So I think territorial, which actually does give us a scaling damage versus close. I think that's probably our best bet. And then we can actually go up through here to grab this core skill, which is certainly not a terrible idea. And that pulls us through. Let's go up through here so that we can grab this maximum spirit. I like these spirit on kills. These things are excellent, and having a little bit more spirit certainly doesn't hurt. We could grab those other 4 if we need, but we're actually kind of over by just a hair now. We might have to take a more traditional route. Let's try this. So what's the fastest route? This way? That saves us a couple points. We still need to meet the dexterity requirements for this, unfortunately. And that brings us to 225. So in this case, we can pull some of the other nodes, like we can pull these damage to poisoned enemies so that we can grab the dex that we need. That brings us to 24. We need 1 more point somewhere. I'm sure we can pull at least 1. Let's grab a little critical strike damage. And there we go. So we're activated, activated, activated. This one is not activated, so we don't have the willpower we need. And how many do we need? We got, 2. Well, we could probably grab this one, which is a 10. That's a 10 willpower, so we basically just need 1 more. Or two more after grabbing that. We could take a critical strike damage. It's not really all that important. Another critical strike damage. Those are just additive bonuses that we're not scaling off of those additive bonuses, so it's not the it's like the end of the world if we don't have them. All right, so that gets us 10 right there. And we can grab another 5 and then another 5. We're over by 2. 227. So we've got to scrap 2 more somewhere before we can make this work. Let's see where we can scrap a couple points. We definitely need that. We could take that 5% vulnerable damage. It's not super important, and that 5% vulnerable damage, and that brings us back into the positive. So I think that'll pretty much do it. What would you... I could put some stuff in here for what you would actually focus on. So this actually has some notes, a note section, like what you would actually prioritize. Spamming as much lightning as you possibly can. LOL. Gear and powers, your priority would be distance damage plus close damage, and then of course like lightning if you could get it. Lightning would be nice. Your main multiplier scales, however, off of close and distant. So the more close and distant damage that you can get, the more multiplier that you're going to have. Because Thunderstruck, as you can see here, if you look at it, it says scales... That was not Thunderstruck. It says storm skills deal 20% increased damage, 20% times increased damage versus close of your damage versus close and damage versus distant bonuses. So the more damage versus close and the more damage versus distant you have, the higher the damage is going to be on your abilities. Thunderstruck is going to continually scale with every single bonus that you have here. That's going to be your scaling multiplier, and so that's why in the notes here, in the gear, you're going to focus on damage versus close and damage versus distant, because you want both of those, because they both scale your main multiplier, which is going to give you huge damage bonuses. And then, of course, you're also going to focus on things like lightning skill damage. Lightning is going to be your main thing. So anything that gives you bonuses to lightning, lightning damage, lightning crit, skills for lightning, and things like that. I mean, you're definitely going to want, for instance, +4 lightning storm, like gloves, but you have that already. That's already done with the unique item. So when you go take a look at the unique item, it already has this unique item already has +4 lightning storm, so you don't even have to worry about that. Defensively, this build could be swapped around a little bit for more defense, but we do have some pretty good defense from Cyclone Armor. We've got the damage reduction there. We also have the damage reduction from Hurricane, so anything that comes close, you get that. I mean, it should work out beautifully. I don't see why this build wouldn't be like tier 100 capable, if not higher. Probably just annihilating everything. I would be interested to see how it does versus bosses, but with all of the crazy stuff going on this build, it probably would melt bosses too. Greg said, I have an extra intelligence node around the glyph and heightened malice board. Let's take a look. This one right here. Yeah, there we go. I got one extra thing we could put on. We can grab a little bit of this vulnerable damage back, which is, I think that vulnerable damage is one of the better ones. Because we should be making the monsters vulnerable constantly. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this. We'll save this build, and then we'll move on to another build. So, let me make sure I got everything set up in here. Now, you can always take some of this out and go a little bit more, like, offensive, or a little bit, more defensive. In fact, some of these may not necessarily stay. Like I might find that maybe say Lightning Dancers isn't really all that great, or I might find that I don't really particularly like Natural Balance in the equation, and that could be replaced with something else, maybe something a little bit more resource generation. We could throw in like the aspect of the Umbral here, or something along those lines. We'll have to see how that goes. Let's go ahead and save this build, though. Alright, so this is Season 3 Lightning Storm Mayhem. Let's put GGMs Lightning Storm Mayhem. There you go. Actually, let's put season 3 at the end. Let's put S3 at the end. The entire goal of this is literally just to spam as much lightning as you possibly can. So this build is probably going to be very easy to play. I would assume, very AoE, extremely AoE. I don't know if this would be considered off meta. We don't really know what meta is yet. It probably is going to work very good for leveling as well as mid-game, end-game. I mean, I don't really see why this build wouldn't just, annihilate everything. It may have issues with bosses. I need to confirm this first, so I'm not going to put boss killer on the thing. We'll have to find that out. And, of course, it is an end-game build. We're going to save that, and you guys can have a link for that if you guys want to play around with that. And we're going to move on to one of the other characters. I'm going to edit. Every time I do one of these, I'm going to edit the link also in the description. So, Season 3 Lightning Storm Mayhem Druid. There you go. Save. Now, I am actually pretty excited to try out the Bone Spirit Necromancer, this new Bone Spirit Necromancer. So, I think we might have to modify one of my existing builds. I think if I go up here and go to builds, yep, we got my Bone Spirit build. So this is the original Bone Spirit build. Let's clone this because this is actually associated with a video. So let's clone this build, and that way we can play around with this. Obviously, we need to change this to Season 3, and it may or may not stay like this. We're also sacrificing on this build too because this is a sack build. Now, one thing that we definitely need is we need to work in the new aspect. And I'm not exactly 100% sure where I want to work that in. Obviously, we're not going to have access to Grandfather. Grandfather is going to be hard to come by. I know for a fact it took me forever to get this stupid thing. So let's actually focus this on the new aspect, which is the new Bone Spirit aspect, which is the aspect of the Shattered Spirit. This is casting Bone Spirit also launches 18 Bone Splinters in all direction, dealing 200 to 400% increased damage and generating 6 essence per enemy hit. I think putting that on a two-handed could be pretty powerful. Maybe get like a really nice two-handed sword and just roll the Shattered Spirits aspect right there. This thing is looking pretty insane. Also, we could potentially replace the rapid aspect with the other one. So the where is it? The aspect of the Swelling Curse got changed. So it no longer does this distance damage thing. And instead, that doesn't look like he's updated it yet, but I'm sure he will. Let's take a look real quick at the patch notes. So we can get the actual effect of the new aspect. Because it was changed. Swelling Curse. There it is. So this is the Swelling Curse change that they made. So basically, instead of just simply increasing damage based on distance traveled, now it increases the critical strike chance by 15 to 25%. And it also has this amazing maximum essence increase by 2 for each enemy hit. So the more enemies that you can hit with this new Swelling Curse, the more maximum essence you have. And the more maximum essence you have, of course, the more damage you deal with Bone Spirit. So this is going to be a very interesting way to increase the damage of each subsequent Bone Spirit by stacking maximum essence every single time you complete a Bone Spirit firing. Now, the way to really get good use out of this, though, because it only lasts for 15 seconds, is you've got to be able to spam your Bone Spirits. And to do this, I think we're going to be setting up an interesting, fun little thing. It's going to, hopefully, it'll be so that we can get free Bone Spirits, and the free Bone Spirits will benefit from this the most, which is what we're hoping for. So that way we can pull in the aspect of the Swelling Curse. We're also using Edge Masters, of course, because we want to have as much resource as possible while using this ability. and we're using Aspect of the Slaughter just so we can run around really fast. Aspect of the Shielding Storm, but because we are using Bone Storm, which is not only a very good defensive ability, but the Shielding Storm gives us this kind of like an infinite barrier, which is very nice. I kind of considered maybe going with Lidless here. Lidless could be very interesting in addition to this because we are going with Bone Storm anyway. So having multiple Bone Storms active, if we go with a one-hander, like a one-handed sword, and the Lidless, a lot of you guys might be, like shaking your heads, one-handed sword, you fool. But believe it or not, the entire reason why two-handed swords on the Necromancer were so good was apparently due to a bug that's been fixed. It was actually listed in here. Let me see if I can find it real quick. So two-handed weapons grant up to two for... No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Where's the bug fix? I'm looking for the bug fix. It was under the Necromancer. Necromancer bug fixes. Oh, yeah, it was with the splintering aspect. That's right. Splintering. Splinter... There it is. So there was a bug apparently where the splintering aspect was scaling more than 2 times when used on a two-handed weapon, and apparently they fixed it. So for those of you who were using a Bone Spear Necromancer, and you always used a two-handed weapon with your Bone Spear, because it just did so much more damage than your one-handed, well, that's just not the case anymore. The two-handed weapon is no longer going to get this bug that was causing it to scale more than 2 times when you were using a two-handed weapon. So the one-handed weapons might actually be viable now for Bone Spear. This never applied to Bone Spirit, by the way. So that's a whole nother thing. So it could be interesting to run Lidless Wall with this. That way you have infinite Bone Storms, and then, just like a much higher defensive capability. Tons of Bone Storms just going all over the place. Let's see here. We're definitely using Corpse Tendrils. Corpse Tendrils is very important to this build because essentially you just get lots of spamming doojanks. I mean, it's very effective to use Corpse Tendrils because the Bone Spirit does a very large AoE. And it just kind of works out very well. Samael said something about the Storm's Companion. There's no synergy between your lightning wolves with your lightning damage or Paragon. They don't benefit from Thunderstruck or any lightning effects. You can only proc Overcharge. Interesting. I mean, I already pretty much stated, though, that was like a let's test it out and find out scenario. I mean, if that's the case, then we throw some nice quad defense pants on, and we move on with our lives. It's not really that big of a deal. So back to this build. The Shattered Spirit, definitely. That Shattered Spirit is amazing. Apparently it's going to be like a nova, like a bone splinter nova around you in a circle. So that should be rather interesting. Which kind of leads me into the direction of maybe we want to move away from Hemorrhage, because we were using Hemorrhage for Blood Orbs, which was okay, but not really amazing. It was okay. One of the problems that I had with that was that, well, I don't know. I mean, it still might be viable. The other option is Corpse Explosion, and utilizing a specific aspect. So there is one aspect which we are going to have a lot of trouble working into this build if we want to use Lidless. But it's basically, where's the Blood Orbs one? Consume or Corpse. It's a Corpse one. I can't remember the aspect's name. It's basically a % chance to spawn a Blood Orb every single time you consume a corpse. But it is a lucky hit ability, from what I remember. Let's type in the corpse here. However, you have to consume corpses. So if you're not consuming corpses, then you won't get the effect. And that's one of the biggest issues. Why can I not find the Blood Orb ones? No, that's the ultimate cooldown. No, no. Is this like a aspect of the embalmer? Okay, here it is. So consuming a corpse has a 20 to 30% chance to spawn a blood orb. So basically, as long as you consume a corpse of any type, doesn't really matter how you do it, you just need to consume corpses. And the blood orbs would essentially allow me to get free, absolutely free bone spirits. Because basically what I'm doing with this particular build is I'm utilizing the Blood Artisan's Curios, which is every single time you pick up 5 blood orbs, it fires off a free bone spirit. And it actually works surprisingly well, but the main problem is that you have to actually have the blood orbs to use. And it's a little bit difficult to get access to those blood orbs. This was my way to get blood orbs, was through hemorrhage. I actually have this character like still made. It's an interesting build, but I'm not entirely sure I liked the hemorrhage spamming to get blood orbs thing. Through the skill tree, I actually had it set up so that I would get extra blood orbs. Let me see here. Down here, there is a transfusion, which is lucky hit. Blood skills have a 9% chance on hit to spawn a blood orb. This can only occur once every 4 seconds. The chance is doubled against bosses. So basically how it works is you just have a lot of blood orbs, just constantly. And then I was also using the blighted corpse tendrils to get the blood orbs there as well. So that I would have just tons of blood orbs on the battlefield at any given time. And I just run around and pick them up. And you get massive amounts of bone spirits just firing off in random directions. They're a little bit hard to control, but they actually get the benefit of all of your maximum essence, and you get massive, massive, massive amounts of damage from these guys. I mean, they changed it from 3% per point to 4% per point now. So if you can get, the highest maximum essence that you can, which, to give an example, if we take our fat boy calculator, I don't know why it's so fat. Let's pretend you could get up to 300 maximum essence, which is possible if you get like some pretty crazy items, and you multiply that by the 4% per point, which is going to give you a 1200% multiplier there, which is kind of insane. And that's, of course, not even including the multiplier that you get from ossified essence, which is going to be, instead of 1200, it would be 250 times, what is it, 0.5. So you end up with 125% times multiplier there. So that's added in, like it's not directly added, but it's going to multiply that 1200 as well, because it's crit strike damage. No, it's just damage. So you're going to get another multiplier there. And then there's where's the other one? Yeah, this one right here, which is for each point of essence that you have upon cast, you get a huge critical strike chance bonus. So this one gives you like huge crit strike to the point where your bone spirit always crits. And then I found out, rather interestingly, that this one here, rapid ossification, works surprisingly well with bone spirit. Every 100 essence that you spend reduces the cooldowns of your bone skills by 1.5 seconds. Well, if you have 300 essence, when you cast your bone spirit, it consumes 300 essence, and then it immediately resets the cooldown of bone spirit so that you can cast it again. It's actually pretty crazy, because this one does have a 12-second cooldown even at rank 5, which this basically makes it so that this is almost instantaneously reset. I don't know how it does it, because it should only be 1.5 seconds, which adds up to, 4.5 seconds off of the original 12-second cooldown. But I swear, whenever you fire off a Bone Spirit with this maxed out, this almost immediately comes back up. It's like almost instantaneous. Let's see here. Let me see if I want to change anything here. So we're still using Hemorrhage to get blood orbs, which is pretty standard. We're grabbing the Unliving Energy for the increase to maximum essence. We're not using a core skill, so we're not going to use Imperfectly Balanced, which doesn't do us any good. We do have 1 point in Hued Flesh, and it's really just because we didn't really have enough corpses for corpse tendrils. That's really the only corpse skill we're using is corpse tendrils. So we needed enough corpses for that. It might actually be prudent to put more points in this just so we always have a corpse up for corpse tendrils. But we were running into some starvation issues for corpses, and that's why I had to put at least 1 point here. We can't get Fortify from Bone Prison anymore. So this is this was a patch notes change. For those of you who are unaware, did I close it out? I closed it out, didn't I? Yeah, darn it. Good darn it. Here, let me just pull that back up real quick. So in the patch notes, they actually changed Bone Prison. It no longer fortifies. This was a rather unfortunate change, which means that you're not going to be able to get fortification anymore from Bone Prison. And they also removed the fortification from the Blood Mist also. So let's go down here. Here it is. Dreadful Bone Prison. Previous fortified you for 8% of your maximum life for each enemy trapped in Bone Prison. Now reduces your active cooldowns by 0.5 seconds for each enemy trapped in the Bone Prison. So it will reduce the cooldown of your abilities now, but it no longer fortifies you, which means if you were using Bone Prison to fortify your Necromancer, I hate to tell you, but it's not going to work anymore. The Necromancer doesn't really have a lot of good ways to fortify, and Bone Prison was one of the very few ways that you could fortify yourself, so that's just out now, and it doesn't work, which is unfortunate. You can still get cooldown reduction, which, I mean, it's going to give a pretty hefty amount of cooldown reduction, up to 3 seconds, so you can get 3 seconds every single time you cast Bone Prison. If that applies to ultimate skills as well, which it doesn't say it excludes them, I guess it could be useful. But defensively, that does kind of put the Necromancer in a little bit of a lurch, because there's really not a very good way to fortify the Necromancer anymore. There's basically only 2 ways to fortify Necromancers at this point. One of them is the Necrotic Carapace, which you don't really use on this build because you're not really consuming corpses on a regular basis. Now, if we did change this around a little bit so we were more of a corpse consumer, we might potentially change this. It kind of seems like this might be necessary now if you want to fortify at all. But even without fortification, I mean, you can still make a pretty tanky Necromancer. It just might be one of those things that you just don't fortify anymore. Maybe you just don't do that. One option that I was thinking though was I could pull Bone Prison, since Bone Prison isn't really helping me anymore in the fortify departments. Although it does help a lot for essence regeneration, which is definitely nice. I could potentially just go with Corpse Explosion. Maybe not even build like the full thing, because quite honestly, all I really need it for is just to generate essence and generate fortify, right? So what if I just go 1 point in this, grab the, might as well grab that one too while I'm at it, and we can grab the corpse generators. And then that way we've got the essence from corpses and things like that. And so what we could do here is, trying to think here exactly how I want to roll this. Necrotic Carapace. So let's pull some points from Corpse Tendrils and throw them into Necrotic Carapace. And we don't necessarily need 3 and Fueled by Death, so then we can grab the 3rd point in Necrotic Carapace. And trying to think here. We also have the Fortify coming from the Hemorrhage, which isn't terrible. But if we go with Corpse Explosion, that would allow us to consume corpses, which, I'm trying to think here, like, we really kind of need more corpses at that point, too, so we're going to need 3 in Hued Flesh, which means we might not be able to run that Fueled by Death at all, unless we pull points from somewhere else. Trying to see where we could potentially pull some points from. Close enemies take 6% more damage from you and deal 9% less to you. No, I mean that's just sacrificing one damage bonus for another, and this one actually provides survivability as well, which is useful. However, if we're going to go with the corpse explosions for essence generation, adding that in there, we could potentially make orbs with them, which is kind of the whole thing, right? So we're just trying to make blood orbs. So we need to go back over here to the gears and skills and see if we can work in the other effect that we want. Also, let's replace Harlequin Crest on here because that's not realistic for early game. We want the essence generation, but we don't want Deathless Visage because Deathless Visage is for Bone Spear. What was the other one that had good essence on it? Wasn't there another unique that had good essence? I'm thinking of the Barbarian, aren't I? Yeah, I'm thinking of the Barbarian. Alright, so in this one, let's do the Blood Orbs. Yeah, consuming Blood Orbs has a 30% chance, or consuming a corpse has a 30% chance to spawn a Blood Orb. So basically, we're just going to use Corpse Explosion at this point to spawn Blood Orbs. That's really the only purpose it has. So spam Corpse Explosion to spawn Blood Orbs. Use those Blood Orbs to, fire off Bone Spirits. Use Hemorrhage when when there's no corpses, so that we can spawn Blood Orbs that way, which is another way, a little bit less efficient, but another way that we can spawn Blood Orbs. And then, of course, we get all the freaking Bone Splinters from Bone Spirit whenever we fire it, which is going to be nice. Blood Artisan Curios kind of stays because obviously we need that to actually fire the Bone Spirits. Grasping Veins gives us a huge damage bonus every time we pull the monsters together. We need to pull the monsters together with Bone Spirits. Aspect of the Shielding Storm, if we're going to use the Lidless, is like a must-have, so we need that. Aspect of the Slaughter could change. Maybe we use Flicker Step instead to try and keep Bone Storm up constantly. I mean, that could be a good one, I think. I think changing this out to Flicker Step is probably a good play if we're going to use Lidless. That way we get the Lidless damage, Bone Storm stays up more often, and just in general, we have like this running constantly. And with the aspect of the Shielding Storm, I mean, it basically just makes us permanently barriered. Which, now that I say that, maybe we could work in the barrier aspect somewhere. Can a Lightning Storm Druid overpower? I don't know. Channeling skills don't overpower, but like the lightning strikes themselves are individual strikes. It's a good question. I'm not exactly sure on that one, to be perfectly honest. I mean, if I have to give you an answer right this second, channeling skills don't overpower, and Lightning Storm is a channeling skill, so I would have to say no. I don't know if we can add in the barrier one. I think we're kind of limited on our offensive aspects. We really don't have a lot of choices here. It is a bit of an issue. I am also afraid we might have issues regenerating our essence. I mean, obviously we've got the Corpse Explosion essence generator, and we also have the Hemorrhage generator. But there could be some issues with essence generation. I mean, one of the things we were using Bone Prison for was to generate essence, because if you gain 25 essence plus 5 per enemy trapped within, which was a decent little essence generator. I mean, we are using Grim Harvest, which gives us 6, so as long as we're popping corpses, we should be decently okay with essence. Just trying to remember. I thought there was one other kind of like essence generator here. Bone Spirit itself gives back, what, 30%, I think? I think they changed it. Yeah, so actually we might not need it because they changed Bone Spirit's, what is it called? It's called Dreadful Bone Spirit. So yeah, Dreadful Bone Spirit got changed to 30% of your maximum essence as opposed to just simply a flat 30. So we might not need it. I'm not sure. If Bone Spirit refunds 30% of your maximum essence now, which is after Bone Spirit hits an enemy, you generate 30 essence over the next 4 seconds. This will be 30% over the next 4 seconds, so I can get back a total of maybe like 90 if I can get my essence up to like 300, for instance. I mean, that should work out just fine. And of course, we're still using Bone Storm. I'm not entirely sure we need the critical strike chance from Bone Storm. It would help Bone Storm itself, but the thing about Bone Spirit is it has this like, where is it? This one right here. So your Bone skills have an increased critical strike chance of 0.9% for each 10 essence you have upon cast. So Bone Storm also gets this, which ends up being, what is that if we multiply it out? So assuming we end up somewhere around 300, if not at least 300, we get 0.9 per 10. So 300 divided by 10 gives us 30 times 0.9. So we get a 27% crit strike bonus essentially there, as long as we're casting our Bone Spirit at full. And then we also get the 20% crit strike here, which sets us at like 47% between the two. I mean, it should be pretty powerful nonetheless. Yeah, I'm not, I think this is pretty good. I think we can leave this as it is now. Let's go over to the Paragon board. Actually, no, we haven't even figured out the Sensual yet. Let's figure out what we want to do with the Sensual. So what do we want for, like, abilities on this guy? I mean, it's not like we can scale. We're scaling mainly bone damage. We definitely could use some way to increase our essence, like our essence, like having any way to restore essence would certainly be nice. None of the main abilities do that, though. We can also set him up mainly defensively, which could be interesting. Healing us, etc., blah, blah, blah. I'm not entirely sure what I want to do with this boy. We could turn him into a tank. Turning him into a tank, like a taunting tank, might be a good idea, actually. I think that might be a good play for this guy. Like, basically turn him into our golem. Despite the fact that we don't have a golem, we could turn him into a kind of golem, which is certainly not terrible. Let's do this little deploy small construct that lands on the target and explodes 3 times, dealing damage, because it's... well, I don't know. Ray of Fire, Lightning Bolt. We need something that's going to hit as many enemies as possible and generate as much aggro as possible, basically, is what we're looking for. Because well, actually, he can't even die, can he? So it's really going to come down to taunting the targets. But still, at the same time, we want it to hit as many people as we can. So maybe there's the gyrate, which is like the whirlwind ability. And then we could go for, there's this taunt. Damage done by the supporting skill taunts enemies hit for a limited duration of time. This can only occur once every so often per enemy. It does not work on bosses, so we get like the taunt in there. Oh, somebody found out what the Evernight does. The supported skill grants you +4 to all skills when used for 2 seconds. +4 to all skills for 2 seconds. Wow. That's a nice little bump, but for a very short duration of time. I'm not really sure I like that 2 seconds. That 2 seconds seems pretty useless. Let's see. Damage and effects done by the supporting skill to distant enemies, pulls them toward the Sensual construct, can only occur once every so often. So this is distance. We need this on a ranged ability, so we'll definitely use a ranged ability. What's up, Modus? Supported skills have their durations increased. Sounds like an interesting one for that. When used, the supported skill grants damage reduction to you. Okay, that sounds good. And then basically, the only thing we really want here is for him to actually help us. Decrease the cooldown of the supported skill. So this will basically make it so he can taunt more often, which is really what we want. All right, and then apparently there's also a really nice one here for a ranged ability. So let's go with Lightning Bolt, which seems like one that hits a lot of targets. Let's use the arcing support so that it hits even more targets. And then we'll use multi-shot so it hits even more targets. And the reason why we're going to do this is because there's this ability in here called gripping. I believe that's the one. Yes. Damage and effects done by the supporting skill to distant enemies pulls them toward the Sensual construct. It can only occur once every so often per enemy. So basically what this is going to do is this ability will cause the monster to pull everything in. Pull it all in. Anything that's distant is going to get pulled in. And then this one is going to be the taunt one, so he's constantly taunting. And then we have the reduction in the cooldown of the skill as well. And then we're using arcing and multi-shot so that it hits more targets. We just want it to hit as many targets as possible so that it pulls in as many targets as possible. That's kind of the goal here. We don't really care how much damage the lightning bolt is doing, and we don't really care how much the damage the gyrate is doing. He's really just going to be there to pull the monsters in and taunt them. So pull them in, taunt them, pull them in, taunt them, pull them in, taunt them. That's basically going to be his job. Because the more monsters we have clustered in a tight little area with this particular character, every single time we fire our Bone Spirit, we're going to get massive amounts of damage basically to the entire group of monsters. So we want them as tightly packed as possible. Obviously, we also have our Corpse Tendrils that we can use on our own. But having a little merc here, I'm just going to call them mercenaries. Having a mercenary like this that can pull everything in is definitely going to be useful. Paragon board. I actually already set up the Paragon board on this guy. But let's take a quick look at it and see if there's anything that I can change for Season 3. We are using... Oh, I didn't put any of the glyphs in. I put no glyphs in. Well, okay, I got some glyphs. I got some glyphs. Alright, let's go ahead and put in some glyphs then, since we seem to be missing them. Why you no let me put glyph socket in, you turd face? Hold on, let me refresh this. So, GGMs. Bone Spirit Necro S3. Bone Spirit Season 3. Let's go ahead and save that. I'm going to copy that, put that in the description of the video as well. If you guys want to pull it up, I'll shoot the link for you guys as well. Let me refresh this page and this is not the video for that particular one. So I'll update that. Gear and powers. Let's see, pull everything in and nuke it with Bone Spirit. Focus on crit damage, max essence, and blood orb creation. That's kind of how the whole thing works. All right. Can we fix it now? We might have to just reset the whole thing because it seems to be bugged. I don't really want to reset the whole thing. Why can't I do the glyph sockets? Let's try this. Let's remove the glyph socket. It won't even let me remove it. I am upset. See, I've got territorial and corporeal. Huh. Wonder why my glyph sockets are all messed up. Only a couple of them as well. Like, these two up here are fine. Can't modify these either. Let's just reset the whole thing and we'll redo it. I'm not really worried about it. Here. Resets. Okay, there we go. It's letting us do it now. Got to reset my whole board. I kind of don't want to reset my whole board, though. Let's reload it again. See if maybe that had fixed it. No, it just doesn't want to work. That's just poopy. That's what that is. That's the poopy dupes. All right, let's do this. Hold on. Let me bring this up because I don't want to have to redo all my work if I don't have to. And then let's just copy and paste the link here. All right, let's put this right here. We can go back and forth between the two, and I can just redo the entire tree. And I don't remember which one I had here, so we'll put that one in later. And I chose, which one did I choose? This is the bone graft. Doesn't look like I rotated it at all, so it stays that way. I like to trust myself a little bit. I spent a lot of time on this one, so I'm pretty sure that I've got it pretty fancy. And then we'll go back over it and we'll see if we need to make any alterations. One thing that might get altered is going more into like the Bone Storm or ultimate skills. We'll have to see. A lot of this really just revolves around beefing up the bone skill damage as much as possible. Critical strike damage, obviously, as well, is very important for this build. And in general, I kind of think I kind of messed up the one that was online, though, when the Tears of Blood glyph was added. If I'm remembering correctly. Alright, next board is the Blood Begets Blood. So the reason why we're using this one is because we are taking advantage of blood orbs, and the more blood orbs that we get, the more damage bonus that we get. So we're going to be collecting blood orbs on a regular basis, and the more blood orbs we collect, the more damage we get. We get like 15% times multiplier there, just for going out of our way to collect blood orbs. Like it's pretty useful. Okay, so I did rotate this one to the left. I seem to be like missing. I didn't even have points in that glyph socket for some reason. I'm gonna mess that one up. Do 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 do. Okay, all the way over here, up here, and then we took the long road. I think it was for points. Alright, then we go down here. We took a kind of like a side detour through this node, which was really nice. And then came down here to grab the overpower damage. Alright, and then the next one we use is Bloodbath. Bloodbath, I believe, has the 35% increased overpower damage. So we were kind of going for additional overpower. Not really 100% sure if that was the best choice, but there's really not a lot of really, really good choices on the Necromancer tree for like what we're trying to do, which is unfortunate. Looks like I left that one the same. And then, of course, we came up here and we grabbed this. We're going to go back over the glyph sockets because I feel like we might be changing some of the glyph sockets. Also, the 3 of them were just missing, so we're going to have to figure out which glyph sockets to put in there as well. And we came up here to grab this one, and the resistance to all elements, because we probably needed it from our gear. There was I think the character does have a little bit of issues with resistances. Just a tiny bit. I was trying to cap everything out, basically. And then the last one was Scent of Death, because of course we got corpses, and it's nice to have that damage reduction. Although this time we're actually consuming corpses, so maybe instead of Scent of Death, maybe we go for Flesh Eater. It doesn't look like I have Flesh Eater. So that could be one thing that we change, because I wasn't really consuming corpses before, but now I am going to be consuming corpses since I moved over to Corpse Explosion. So let's change it to Flesh Eater. So we're pretty much done with this. The glyphs I have on here, we'll redo all the glyphs. It's not that big of a deal. All right, so now we need the Flesh Eater node, and then we need the glyph socket. Let's leave the points kind of like undone here because we need to make sure that all the glyph sockets are activated. All right, so starting with the first glyph socket, I'm pretty sure that there was a couple in here that were just absolutely amazing for this build. And I can't remember which ones they are now. Let's just go over them one by one. We'll take a look at all of them. You deal 2% increased damage, up to 12% for every close corpse. Gravekeeper could be a good one. Consuming a corpse fortifies you for 4% of your maximum life and grants 4% damage reduction for 4 seconds. Doesn't exactly seem terrible. Exhumation. That could be a good defensive one to throw in here early. Just so we have pretty good defense. We're probably going to have to grab this 10 right here. That's a 10. Oh, no, that's... Why is it strength? That should be intelligence. Something seems to be wrong there. Because these 2 nodes in the beginning don't give strength, they give intelligence. So that's 10, 20 intelligence. We're currently at 10, so that's 30. And we need 2 more intelligence nodes to hit the... Pinch out rogue, actually, yeah, probably will be insane. Definitely. This looks like the Barbarian one. This is the Barbarian one, isn't it? It's like the Barbarian build thing got like swapped. Maybe that's why my thing was corrupted. Because I don't even see any intelligence nodes in here. Strength, willpower, magic, dex. Yeah, this is awful. There's something seems to be broken with this first one. There's too much strength involved in it. We'll just have to leave this one as it is. I'm gonna like make an assumption that this is borked for some reason, and we probably have enough intelligence there, so let's just move on. Enemies affected by your curse skills take 10% increased damage from you and your minions. We are going to be using curse to crepify mainly, which 10% increased damage would be kind of nice. Blood orbs fortify you for 6.7% of your maximum life. You and your minions deal 10% increased physical damage. Yeah, that was a good one right there. Just having the corporeal. It looks like I'm already enough intelligence, so we can remove one there. What's up, AutoCast Elf? Well, the season's starting. Of course I'm going to check out the new season. I want to check out the new little mercenary. The little mercenary looks like he's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to have a mercenary I can deck out for the first time in a long time. Dominate. When you overpower an enemy, all damage they take from you and your minions is increased by 12% for 5 seconds. Critical strikes deal 22% increased damage to enemies that are not healthy. Okay. I think the exploit with the multiplier there is probably going to be useful for us. Don't know. Yeah, that's when you have no active minions, sacrificial. Yeah, we want that one. That's the one, because we are sacrificing everything, so we're going to go ahead and pop that one in there. I think we're probably going with Gravekeeper too. I don't see any reason why not. We're going to need 2 dex nodes there. And then 2 more dex nodes. That caps us out on that. We're definitely going to have to figure something out for this one. It won't let me use the glyph socket. It won't let me use... Oh, there we go. Alright, and then the last glyph sockets, I'm probably thinking the amp. Which does require 40 intelligence, which we do not have enough for. Let's just go ahead and fill in the gaps here. Cap this out to what we need it to be. It's another 10. So we're at 20, and then 25, 30, 35, and then 40. All right, so we're over by quite a few. We're going to have to sack some stuff. Let's start by sacking that resistance, which we can make up with equipment. We don't need that damage while fortified. And we do need that one. There's so many intelligence nodes on this one. I feel like maybe I should swap this one out with one that has more dex nodes nearby. Let's see here. This one has tons of intelligence nodes too, just like all over it. This one is intelligence, and We literally have to go through the one that has 2 dex nodes. Okay, so let's pull Sacrificial. Why is it not letting me mess with it again? See, it's being a butt face. Well, at least we got them all in there. We can just pull some from here and there, I guess. We don't need that one. We don't really need the overpower one. We could probably just like swap this here. That saves us a bunch. We don't need this or that. And we can probably sack that one and this one. And that pretty much does it. I mean, other than swapping out maybe one of these with a different one for more optimal output, I mean, that's a pretty well set up board. Let's go ahead and update that. And let's make sure that this is taken out of here. Because it doesn't have this one doesn't have a video attached to it. It changes because of the unique changed and a bunch of other stuff changed. So it's new. Well, my note's not in here either. I mean, it's really just about getting as much maximum essence as you can. Totally misspelled essence. And what is that? Hemorrhage to generate orbs. Collect orbs for free bone spirits. And that's pretty much the gist of that. Alright, update. Will minions be stronger this season? I don't know. They were talking. They had some sort of vague comment about minions, and they're like, "We never want to make an AFK build or something like that." And they were like, "We don't want to make an AFK build. A build that just goes AFK and does whatever they want to do. That's just silly." Why is my construct stuff messed up? Dang nabbit. Hold on. It was gyrate, and then lightning bolt. Then it was the taunt and the gripping support, and then we went with the duration support. Where was it? Duration, or was it the which one was it? The cooldown of the skill. That's right, tactical support. And then we went with safeguard for the damage reduction. And then this one was, I think it was like multi-shot arcing. So that it hits more targets. We wanted it to hit as many targets as possible, right? Alright. Update. Everything else is set up right. Shattered Spirits aspect, Flicker, Step, Lidless Wall, Corpse Explosion is in there. Everything seems to be alright. Paragon board is set up. Skill tree is set up. Alright, let's... I'm kind of worried about the fact that my little Sensual thing went away. Yeah, it's not saving the Sensual stuff. What is up with that? I mean, that's kind of sucky. Is it doing that for the other ones too? Let's pull up one of the other ones. Like this one, is that it's the Druid that I just did, right? Yeah, it's not saving the Sensual. Let me Shoot Proner a message and let him know what's going on. All right, just may let him know. I'm sure he can fix it pretty quickly. All right, let's move on to the next one. We can always redo the Sensuals really easy, though, and you guys saw how I had them set up, so it's not really that big of a deal. The, what's the next build do you guys want to play around with? Do you guys want to play around with the Meteor Sorceress, or do you guys want to go to Pen Shot? I mean, we could go to Sorc. We could play around with the Meteor Sorceress. Let's go to the Meteor Sorceress. Let's close these. You know what? Let's just prepare. Let's go back here. Go to the build planner. Oh wait, look, now it's there. Well, that's strange. It just doesn't work with the link. Or what? I don't understand. Is this I don't even know what the hell's going on right now. I guess the links just don't work. Check my links. Yeah, the lightning storm one doesn't work. And it doesn't work that way either. But it works here. So it's showing here, I guess, at the very least. Although it's asking me to save this build, which it's already been saved. I don't understand. Let me check my builds real quick. Okay, there's the lightning. There's the bone spirits. So it has already been saved. Okay. Alright, so we'll just kill this one. So we're just gonna go to another character. Reset build data. Season of the Construct. Let's go ahead and set up the construct first, just for fun. So, with this particular girl, she's going to be fire, of course. She's going to be focusing on direct fire damage. Not so much burning, but burning may help the character. I'm not really 100% sure. I mean, we do have, like, this Firefly one that does explosion damage, which might be a good one for this particular character. And then there's also the Focus Fire, which is the Channeling Ray of Fire. So both of these are fire damage. Could be interesting to set either one of these up so that they work, you know, how we need them to. I'm not entirely sure, like, going this route might be the best bet, but I think this one definitely would be fun. I think if we combine this one, the Firefly, with the registered support damage. So this is the one where it's like any damage from any skill, from the supported skill is registered, and then the registered damage explodes at the effectiveness when the target dies as fire damage. So if we set this one up, we can actually use this one, I think, to turn anything into fire damage. But especially if it's already a fire damage ability. I'm trying to think whether it would be better to use it with Firefly or better to use it with Focus Fire. I think it can you use it with both. I don't even know. I'm assuming that you can only use it one time. Let's say we use it with the Focus Fire one, or the thing about Meteor is that Meteor is direct fire damage, not burning damage. And it is important to kind of like know the difference. Focus Fire, I think, is considered burning damage. It's basically incinerate, so it's damage over time. Which, if we're not building damage over time, this one might not be the right choice. because well, basically we won't get very much damage from it. It could be useful to add a burning effect on the monsters, but we can get that burning effect by doing some of the other things, like for instance, where is it? The burning support. So we could add burning onto any ability if we wanted to by throwing in the burning support, which we might want to do for Firefly so that it adds an additional burn damage. That way we'll have just another burning thing going on the target at any given time. Melee and ranged. I mean, for Meteor, having a pull-in would definitely be useful. So maybe what we do with this is we set this one up. This is our melee, or no, this is a ranged ability. So maybe we could set this one up with like arcing or something so it hits multiple targets. That might not be a bad idea. So we do like arcing multi-shot with this so that the explosions are going off all over the entire screen. And maybe we take away the burning support and throw in gripping. Gripping is the one that pulls them in. Gripping right here. So that way they're constantly being pulled into the target. So we get multi-shot, arcing, gripping, firefly. And then this one over here, I don't think focus fire is our best bet. Let's do a kind of like a melee ability for pulling targets in. Let's see here. I mean, gyrate, the whirlwind seems like it would definitely grab a lot of attention. And then we could go with the mockery support for the taunt. And then we could set this up to help out our character here. I'm trying to think. We could increase. I'm not really sure if increasing the duration is worth it. I mean, it certainly wouldn't hurt to have an additional burning going on, so we can add the burning in there. There's a lot of things that do give us small bonus damages if the monsters are burning, so. Area of effect. Yeah, that would probably be nice. Meteor Storm build in PvP. Should be pretty ridiculous. So the new helmet is the Starfall Coronet. So that's a no-brainer. That has to go in the build. That's just, yep, put it in there. Just get it in there. What's the matter, Boobus? What's the matter? Come here. Come here. What's the madams? What's the madams? What do you want? Hmm? You smell like you've been on fire. Sitting too close to the heater, you're gonna light on fire. You gotta watch out. Will you quit all the weird mouth noises, sir? Stop doing your mouth noises. Well, I'm about to stream in 2 hours. You went outside recently, poopy face. You're probably just bored. Bored. What are you looking at? You always want something. You always want a snack or something. But you always want something. Fine, I'll give you a cookie. You want a cookums? I'll give you a cookums. This is a cookums right here. See this cookums? I'm gonna throw it. It's gonna get throwed. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. And then I'm gonna eat a cookums. Ha. Trying to think how we want to set this up. The the Meteor enchantment is probably going to be important for this build because you want to spam as many meteors as you possibly can. That's kind of like the whole goal. Oh yeah, he likes some cookies. He's a cookie manga. I mean, we probably want to do Meteor enchantment. Like, I was thinking about it. I don't really see why not. This is the last cookie. I'm going to eat it before Cody extorts that cookie out of me. He's a cookie extortionist. And now I have an empty tin for my sewing supplies. I'm not really sure if we want to go with that enchantment slot, but let's set up the skill tree first, and we'll take a look at it from there. Keith, your dog knows about them cookies, huh? It's a cookie? I'm telling you, somebody could make bank if they just made a song. It was literally like a dog song that just had like all the dog's favorite words in it. So just all you had to really do is you would just go like you'd be like cookie, ride, go, go, ride, ride, go, 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 outside, outside, ride, cookie, cookie, ride, ride, cookie, cookie, treat, bone, 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 milk a bone, milk a bone. It like gets their attention. They like all those words. Those are buzzwords for them. So like you just make a whole song out of like dog buzzwords, and the dog would just be like, cookie, cookie, outside. Oh my God, look at that. I literally got Cody's attention just by doing that. Like Cody literally looking at me like, wait a minute. Did he say the magic word? He said the magic word. That's another magic word. Oh, he said two magic words. He said three magic words. He said, what's going on right now? There's a lot of magic words. He is staring into my soul right now. Firewall and Meteor, I'm not really sure make a good combination. So Meteor is more direct damage. Well, it's actually kind of both, isn't it? Like it's burning damage and it's direct damage, or is it burning damage? I think it might actually be just burning damage. Hmm. Let's go ahead and grab let's go ahead and grab Flame Shield just so we have something to push ourselves through this area. And we probably, I don't know if we'll go 3 glass cannon, but glass cannon's certainly not terrible. They also made the ice blades cause vulnerability now. That was one of the changes, so they like always make the enemy vulnerable. Let me see if I can find that in the patch notes real quick. Yeah, ice blades chance to increase vulnerability by 20%. Well, where is it? There's another one in here. I really wish they wouldn't have all the patch notes on the same page. I kind of dislike this because it keeps Because when I do searching like that through, it'll search every single set of patch notes, even if I don't have them open. I don't like it. Where's the Sorceress in here? I don't like it. I don't like it. Necromancer, Druid, Barbarian. Where is the Sorceress? Did I just like completely skip over the Sorceress? Rogue. Trying to remember the change real quick because it is a pretty nice one. Let's see here. Lightning Spear. Critical strikes now apply vulnerable for 3 seconds. Oh, it was Lightning Spear, not Ice Blades. Okay. Mage's Blizzard condition has been removed. Searing Heat. Okay, so not Ice Blades. Good thing I checked. So it's Lightning Spear that now applies like the permanent vulnerable. And that was critical strikes now apply vulnerable for 3 seconds. So that's just like part of the ability, I guess. Cody. It's crazy too, because if I stop talking and I look at him, he stops. And then as soon as I start talking again and I look away from him, he starts. And it's like he's talking back to me and telling me I'm not paying attention to him. Am I not paying attention enough to you? Do you want some more attention? Would you like a punch in the snoot? Come here, let me get you a punch in the snoot. I'll get you a couple of those. He said, no, I don't want none of those. Well, come here. Come here. Come here. Just see, look, gotcha. All right, I gotcha. What's the Adams? I've only been streaming for 2 hours. We ain't even been up here that long. Do you got to go peppadoodus or something? You got the diarrheas? Do you got the bubble butts? You got the bubble guts? You got to go dukas a pukas? You got to go peppadoodus? You got to go peppadoodus? I think he's got to go peppadoodus. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to take him out to go to the bathroom, and I'll come right back. We'll finish up the Sorceress Meteor in just a second. All right, guys, I'm back. Cody is Peppadudist, and we are ready to go back into this. Cody, I'll fight you. I will fight you right on stream for everybody to see. Don't think I won't fight you. I will fight you. And I stole your heater, too. I did. I stole your heatums. That's right. It's my heatums. It's not your heatums, it's my heatums. Feels good. Ooh, yeah, it's warm. It's toasty. He said, dang it. He said, now I gotta sit over here with you. He said, you're ugly. Alright, so maybe we try out Lightning Spear for the new way to make enemies vulnerable. Like, I don't see anything wrong with it. It kind of flies around and does things while we're spamming meteors, too, so it's kind of neat. It's not like an active use skill so much as it is like you press it once, it does its little thing, flies around for a little while, smacking all the targets, which is certainly not terrible. Probably go with the stun, if anything. And at this point, yeah, we're going to cap out Meteor. And we're probably going to go with the one that makes it fall faster. Because we're going to be spamming them. We want them to, you know, like actually hit the targets. Now, it does say that Meteor does burning damage on the ground for 49%. But it also does 112% flat damage as well. So it's burning and flat. It's kind of a combination of the two. Unfortunately for the Sorceress, what it really comes down to is you really have to kind of focus on either the flat or the burning. Now, there was an interesting thing that I encountered was that the burning damage actually is beefed up by the flat. So this is something that I think I might actually even have to write down on like a little doojang for you guys, because it's something that I don't think a lot of people realize. So there is fire damage, like increased fire damage, and there is increased burning damage. Okay. This is important, and you got to take this. You got to remember this. Increased fire damage also increases burning damage. This is something I don't think a lot of people know. However, increased burning damage does not increase fire damage. So if you're a burning damage character that also happens to be dealing fire damage, like your main like attack is like a fire static, you can stack fire damage and still get damage to burning, but you can't stack burning damage and still get damage to fire. To give you an idea of like the difference between this, fireball would be considered direct damage. Firewall is completely burn damage. So the two are two completely different skills. If you stacked burning damage, it would affect firewall, but burning damage would not affect fireball. However, if you stack fire damage, it will affect fireball and it will affect firewall. So it's actually an interesting contradiction here is that if you're going to set up a fire damage character, it seems like it's much better to stack fire damage than it is to stack burning damage. Although you can still stack burning damage, fire damage actually affects both, whereas burning damage only affects one, which makes burning damage less effective overall, unless that's like the only damage type that you're dealing. Definitely going for Meteor. We have this one that's if a cast of Meteor hits 3 or more enemies, there's a 30% chance of an additional Meteor that falls on the same location. So you got that one there. And then you also happen to have the enchantment slot. So if you take a look at the enchantment slot, you also have a 8% chance for Meteor to fall on enemies of just a lucky hit. So it's just another additional Meteor. Then you also got the Starfall Coronet, which gives you Meteor now has 2 charges and an 11 to 6 second charge cooldown. Instead of mana cost, drops 3 additional Meteors around the target. A Meteor, enchantment, effect, and enhanced Meteor drop 1 additional Meteor. So this means that the enchantment effect will drop an additional Meteor, 1 more. And the enhanced Meteor, which is in the skill thing, will also drop 1 additional Meteor. So basically how this works is you've got 3 Meteors now from the actual skill. You get 2 Meteors from the enhanced Meteor and 2 Meteors from the lucky hit. for a grand total of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So a total of 7 meteors can be hitting at any given time. So you can have literally 7 coming down, which seems kind of insane. And then on top of that, you also can add in, I believe there's an offensive aspect. I can't remember it off the top of my head. But it's called Shattered Stars. Yeah, Shattered Stars. Meteorites fall around Meteor, dealing X fire damage on impact. Your meteorites additionally burn enemies they hit for blank over 6 seconds. So if we throw in aspect of the Shattered Stars, now we have the little meteorites coming every single time we have a meteor fall as well. So we get like a whole bunch. They actually changed this one too, I think, in the patch notes. If we take a look. Where is the one that they changed? I'm pretty sure they updated the Meteor one to be a percentage. Yes, here it is. Aspect of the Shattered Stars. Meteorite damage has been changed to be 20 to 30% of the casted meteor's damage. So that means that this one is going to give basically like these little meteorites that are going to form around the meteor that you cast. You'll get like 20 to 30% of your full damage on those little meteorites as well. So you're going to be spamming 3 meteors every single time you use Meteor. You got a percent chance for 2 meteors to come down from the enhanced if you hit more than a certain number of targets. You got the lucky hit, which can also make 2 meteors fall. And then every single time you cast Meteor, you also get the meteorites, which means that you can potentially have 7 meteors going and then a whole slew of meteorites like falling down around those meteors. Should pretty much take care of just about everything on the screen for the most part, I would assume. And I mean, judging by the footage, it actually looked pretty impressive. Let's go back to the skill tree because we really weren't quite done there yet. All right, now we also have the Inner Flames. Your Pyromancy skills deal 9% increased damage while you were healthy. This one actually does work out pretty well because there is a really nice passive, which we'll go over later, that helps you heal when you're burning targets. You deal 20%, 1% increased critical strike damage against burning enemies. If they are mobilized, the bonus is increased. So this one is also probably going to be pretty important for this one. And then the lucky hit with the immobilization, we don't really need that one. I mean, it's kind of nice to have an additional mobilization, like if you really wanted to roll with that, but I don't really think it's necessary. It might be useful for getting the extra bonus from Devouring Blaze, though, depending on how you want to roll that. And then we can come down here, so we're definitely going to grab a lot of these passives down here in the fire tree. So let's go ahead and just grab some of these. There should be a heal. Where's the heal? Yeah, it's warmth. Warmth is the heal. So for every 1 second, you heal for 0.3 to 0.9 of your maximum life for each nearby burning enemy. Healing increased to 0.6 to 1.8 from bosses. So you basically just get like a passive heal that constantly heals you as long as you have monsters burning. It's very effective for helping keep your HP up on this particular character. So it's probably going to be one you're going to want to put 3 points into for defensive reasons. As for the rest of these, we've got Soulfire, which is really kind of more for Incinerate. Might be useful for Meteor. Not really 100% sure on that one. Could be. But Endless Pyre, that's the one where you deal increased damage to burning enemies for each second they remain burning. So this is, that's definitely a 3 there, and that one is definitely a 3. And then we come to the 2 fire passives. So the 2 fire passives, one of them is basically around burning damage, and the other one is around, like, more on, like, hit, you know, like fire damage. If you were doing a burn build, Combustion is definitely the best, I think, for burn builds. However, when you look at Meteor, what you're going to see is that Meteor really doesn't do a large amount of burn damage. It does 112% direct damage, and it does 49% burn damage. So you're probably going to be better off on a Meteor build going with Asu's Ferocity. Asu's Ferocity is probably your better bet because it's gives you your fire critical strike damage is increased against enemies above 50% life. Your fire critical strike chance is increased. And then critical strikes that kill enemies or hit a boss grant both bonuses against all enemies for 3 seconds. And then you also get the both bonuses are also granted for 3 seconds when hitting a boss with critical strike. It basically is just going to make your meteors impact harder. They're going to hit harder. They're going to smack into the ground. They're going to actually like annihilate the target. Now there are 2 ways that you could go with it though. You could go combustion and you could build fire burn damage instead. Maybe build something like Firewall as an example. Firewall is moderately useful, especially for the regeneration. It gives you a really massive regeneration. But Firewall is entirely burn damage. Another way you could go with it is you could go direct damage. So you could go build the direct damage side, and maybe you could use something like Fireball as a secondary. I mean, it really kind of depends on how you want to set this up. I'm not really sure. I think going the direct damage route is probably going to be the better of the 2. And then for your ultimate, I mean, it's pretty much just Inferno if you want to grab Inferno. It's nice as a pull-in, and it also makes it so that your pyromancy skills cost no mana. So even if you don't necessarily use it for the pull-in portion, you can use it to basically make it so that you can spam Meteor, which it costs 40 mana per cast. So every time you use Supreme Inferno, you're just going to be able to spam Meteor. And let's take a quick look real quick at our gears and skills of what this is going to look like. So we're probably going to be Meteor on the right click. It's going to be Firebolt on the left click. Whose birthday is it? Whose birthday is it? I missed a birthday. Oh, Big Sleeves. Happy birthday, Big Sleeves. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Big Sleeves. Happy birthday to you. So we definitely want Fire Shield. I usually put that Flame Shield on my 3. Inferno on the number 4. And then we also grabbed Lightning Spear so we could get our vulnerable. Here is my Lightning Spear. And then, we might use Teleport as well. It's nice to have Teleport. I mean, it is. It's a very nice defensive skill at the very least, if not a little bit more than that. And you can grab the damage reduction for 3 seconds on that one. Which leaves us with quite a few points left to spend. So we've got, 43 out of 58, which is what, 10, 15. We still got 15 points that we can spend. One thing that we could do is we could go for the barriers, the free barriers. So, we're going to be spamming a lot of mana. So if we grab Align the Elements and Mana Shield, we can get a 21% damage reduction every time we spend 100 mana, which Meteor costs 40 mana per cast, and we should be spamming the ever-loving crap out of that. We also have a lot of cooldowns, so Protection probably is going to be a good one to get the 30% barrier every single time we use any of our cooldowns. So when we use Lightning Spear, when we use Teleport, when we use Flame Shield, all of those are going to provide, and also Inferno too, I believe, they will all provide a stacking barrier that'll definitely help keep us alive. Glass Cannon might not necessarily be the best play, but it's definitely going to give you extra damage, that's for sure. And let's see here. I was actually kind of considering maybe throwing Fireball into the mix, because you're going to be stacking fire damage, and it would be an interesting way to add an additional single target ability that you could spam. But of course, that also costs a pretty ridiculous amount of mana. I mean, I think this is going to be our main mana consumer, which doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to go down the other pathway. I was, however, thinking we could go with what is it? Electrocution? Yes. Okay. So, enemies hit by your shock skills increase your critical strike chance. And then electrocution gives you the possibility of stunning them as well. And since we're using lightning spear, and lightning spear should be up basically all the time. I'm not really sure if that's really worth it though. Mm. I mean, this one could also be really interesting just so you could spam Meteor, but it's very difficult to stand still for a long period of time. We could also go with 3 and Icy Veil, which is the barriers have a 15% increased duration. We're not exactly utilizing any chilling skills, but it doesn't matter. We are using this to generate barriers, and this will increase the duration of those barriers as well as all barriers that we get. So that definitely wouldn't be harmful there. Then we still got 4 skill points left. We could stack up the Fiery Surge, which is killing a burning enemy increases your mana regeneration for 45% for 3 seconds. And then we have 2 more points left. Reducing the cooldown on Lightning Spear might not necessarily be a terrible idea. I actually don't even know if we need the stun here. And we don't necessarily need this one either. So what if we just stack that into the ability itself? That way we have a shorter cooldown. I don't know. I don't know if I'm pretty sure the cooldown goes down with Lightning Spear. Take a quick look real quick. Or is it just the damage? If it's just the damage, then that's not worth it. I could have sworn the cooldown decreases with that one, but it doesn't seem like it's doing that, which basically means it's a 1-point wonder at that point. Just so that we can get the free vulnerability. I mean, if that's the case, we could throw points into Flame Shield or... let's see here. I do actually really like this one, which is the Elemental Attunement. Gives you the 15% chance to reset your cooldown. So your teleport and your flame shield can both get reset by the Elemental Attunement. That might be a good one to put the points into. And then I'm not really sure if Align the Elements is really all that great to stack. We could grab Conjuration Mastery, which is a small multiplier for our damage, or we could go with the Lucky Hit Chance. It's always nice to have a little bit higher Lucky Hit Chance. I think that might be the way to go, actually. Yeah. Let's pull 1 point from Glass Cannon, because I'm afraid that's going to make us too squishy. And then we'll go with the Precision Magic for the Lucky Hit Chance. This way we have the higher Lucky Hit Chance for the extra meteors. And then at this point, what do we want for our second enchantment? I'm not really even sure. I mean, this Fireball enchantment actually doesn't seem terrible, but it does require you to kill an enemy, which might not be all that useful. This one is actually surprisingly useful for chilling targets. If you want to add a chilling effect into the build. We do also have multiple elements, so we should be able to very easily use the ring for the multipliers. Do we have it? We do not have an ice effect though. So if we did add in Frozen Orb could be our ice effects. We could also use the Blizzard enchantment, either one. I think Frozen Orb might be the play here, because Frozen Orb basically launches all the time. It's like a 30% chance to launch a frozen orb every single time you use any skill that's not a basic skill. And you'll be spamming Meteor pretty often. And we can use, obviously, the freaking really nice Talrosh's iridescent loop, because that gives us all the elements that we need. So we've got the ice, we've got the lightning, and we've got the fire, obviously. And then on top of that, I don't know if this guy is going to count for this ring. He could, maybe. And if that's the case, then we might want to add, instead of do burning support, we could do, like, for instance, poison support for an additional damage type. If that's the case, I'm not entirely sure, but it could be the case that the Merc actually kind of like works for this. And if we find out that the Merc works for this, we can change this to poison support and get an additional 15% multiplier there. Let's see here. We are going to be burning a lot. We're not necessarily focusing specifically on the burning damage, but X-Falls might be a good choice for the burn, because it is gonna be burning an awful lot. But we might also not have a lot of room for those aspects. Let's take a look and see what we're looking at here for damage. Not intercom. Umbral is definitely a nice one. We could very well go with the barrier one, because the barrier one, we're going to have basically permanent uptime on barrier thanks to the cooldown spamming. So every time we use lightning sphere, every time we use teleport, every time we use flame shield, and every time we use inferno, we'll have a 3-second barrier, which is actually going to get increased by the 15%, which I don't know how much that actually increases the barrier by. It's probably not a lot. What is it? 3 plus 15%, 3.45 second barrier, basically every single time you use a cooldown. I think when you use multiple cooldowns too, it refreshes the duration. So you just spam cooldowns basically. And of course, getting cooldown reduction and things like that definitely helps with this, so you can have more cooldowns, or more barriers. Let's see. You can overpower with regular meteor damage, not the burn damage, but you can overpower with the actual damage. So an overpower build, it could be an interesting idea. Although I don't think the Sorceress has any guaranteed ways to overpower like a lot of the other characters do. So that might not be a good choice. Let's take a look through these real quick and see what we'd want on the amulets. Explosions from the Shatter Key passive. Aspect of Might. Inner Calm. Wind Strikers. I kind of have an idea of what I'm looking for, but I just want to go through and make sure I'm not really missing anything. Increases the critical strike damage of Meteor and Fireball by 20 to 40% times. Double this bonus against healthy targets. So that would be, what, 40 out of 1.5. So you'd be at 60% critical strike damage. That's pretty impressive. Let's put that one up there for the time being. And that also goes for Fireball as well, which is rather interesting, which does make a case for potentially including Fireball into the build. It's a little bit difficult to have two spenders, though. I mean, you're either going to have to focus on firing Meteor or focus on firing Fireball. You can't really get both. Aspect of the Armageddon. A hail of meteorites fall during Inferno. Well, that's not helpful. While channeling Incinerate, that one's not helpful. While both bonuses from Asus Ferocity key passive are active, your attack speed is increased by 40%. Okay. That would help spamming Meteor, because you could spam it faster. You could also spam your Firebolt faster, which would mean you could recover your essence faster, or your mana faster. That might not be a terrible one. I mean, you get a 50% increase in attack speed for having both Asus Ferocities aspects active at the same time. And we are using Asus Ferocity, so that one could be a good one. The Engulfing Flames is a terrible one. It's not worth using. Not using that, not using the lightning. The lightning spear has a chance to spawn an additional lightning spear when you cast it. Might be interesting if we have a free slot, just so you can get additional lightning spears floating around. It's not going to be our main damage aspect or anything, but it could be a neat addition if we have a free slot. Core or mastery skills cast above 100 mana gain a 40% increased critical strike chance. Now, aspect of control is very powerful, but it doesn't really work very well against bosses, and it's a big negative that I have for this particular aspect. I hope one day that they actually fix this, but like it works really good versus, like trash mobs. It's just terrible versus bosses or things that can't be crowd controlled. The ever-living aspect. Or vulnerable enemies. Okay. What is this one? Is that the new one? The aspect of adaptability. When cast below 50% maximum resource, basic skills generate 3 of your primary resource once per cast. When cast at or above 50% maximum resource, basic skills deal 40 to 80% increased damage. Yeah, that's the basic skill one. Okay, so we've got the conceited aspect, we've got the Talrashes, and we got the aspect of 3 curses. We're also utilizing the aspect of the Shattered Stars, which I think is really important for this one. And then we have the Starfall Coronet consuming one of our defensive ones that we would put into it, Helmet. I mean, at this point, it pretty much comes down to, like, defensive aspects. Trying to set up a Meteor Sorceress. We're playing around with it, Momo. Just trying to see what we could potentially do, like how much damage we can potentially eke out of this Meteor Sorceress. Defensively, Firewall is burning damage, and Meteor is technically direct damage. So the problem with using Firewall is it's not really going to give you any damage whatsoever. You could use it for regeneration, which would be nice, but burning damage isn't really going to be helpful. You basically have to go 2 ways with fire. Fire can either be direct damage or it can be burning damage, but it really can't be both. So Meteor is kind of like one of the in-betweens. It has direct damage and it also has burning damage. So if you go with Firewall, you're going the burning damage side. And I don't really think the burning damage side is the best side to go. I think you're better off going with the direct. Because the direct is going to give you more damage overall. And then on top of that, one of the things that we've basically discovered is that, and I was talking about this earlier, is that when you have modifiers that increase your fire damage, they also increase your burning damage. But if you have modifiers that increase burning damage, they do not increase your fire damage. So because Meteor is a skill that has both, you're going to be focusing on fire damage, and you will get burning damage increase by focusing on fire damage. But if you focus on the burning side, you won't get any damage increase to the fire side. Yeah, the unique item is the Starfall Coronet. That's the new one that basically lets Meteor drop like 1,000 meteors. Let's see. What do I want for the offensive here? What's up, Sean? I mean, unique-wise, Staff of Lamasem doesn't help us. Staff of Endless Rage would only help us if we went with Fireball. Avarion, Spear of Lycander, Oculus. None of these are really honestly going to help us all that much. I mean, Avarion, Spear of Lycander, I mean, yeah, if you had it. But for the most part, I think we're not really using any of those. Honestly, the problem with stacking Burning is that it's not really all that amazing. If you use Fireball, Fireball is nice because Fireball has the ability to release burning damage, which is the, what is it, the 10%. Fireball deals 10% of the burning damage you've applied to enemies as additional direct damage. But the problem with that is that now you're using Fireball, you're not using Meteor. And the whole thing here is to utilize Meteor. So I'm not really sure going with Firewall is a good choice. It's 100% burn damage. It also increases the burning damage that the monsters take, which is certainly not terrible. And then you also get the increased mana regeneration, which I do like the increased mana regeneration. I've used Firewall in many builds for no other reason other than just to have the increased mana regeneration, which is nice. And I just don't really think it fits in a direct damage build with this. Especially considering that Combustion, which is the one that mainly increases burn damage, only increases burn damage. It doesn't increase fire damage. So if you go with Combustion, you're only going to increase the burn damage portion of Meteor. Let's see what we want for the main weapon. I'm not entirely sure if we would go with a two-hander or a one-hander. I mean, we do kind of want Lucky Hit to help us out with this enchantment, so it might be better to go with a Lucky Hit build using the wand and the focus. Oh yeah, the Lightning Storm Druid's going to be insane. I just finished playing around with kind of setting up a build for that one. Where is that one? Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do for the rest of the aspects on this one. Honestly, the engulfing aspect is terrible. It just really doesn't work very well. It requires the monster to be basically almost dead for it to get any real effect. I mean, you can throw it on, and you can get... I honestly, I tried it out on my Incinerate Sorceress last season, and I didn't even like it on the Incinerate Sorceress. And she was full burning. Like 100% burning damage, and it still didn't really help out or do really all that much damage. I mean, it's an additional burning effect that you could add in, And Meteor does have burn damage. I mean, it does. Problem is that you have to have a lot of burn damage, and the monster needs to be pretty low on health for you to get any real advantage out of this. I mean, I guess if you have nothing else, it works. I think the Asus Ferocity is definitely a good one to use with this for the attack speed increase, because we are using Asus Ferocity. And then for the focus, I mean, we're already using Conceited. We already have the aspect of the 3 curses, which gives us the 40% multiplier for the critical strike damage on Meteor. Well, but it's double against healthy targets, so it's actually it's 60 on the amulet, and then it's 120 versus the healthy targets. This one actually might be better on a two-hander. I'm getting the feeling here that I might be looking at the two-hander setup. Really, because there's not like a whole lot of really good options for the fire aspects. So it might be better just to get the, what is it, 80 and then 160% multiplier. It might be better just to get the 160% multiplier from the 3 curses here, as opposed to the two with the lucky hit. I think that's what we're gonna do. Let's take this one off. Let's move the conceited aspect to the amulet, because the conceited aspect is probably going to be active all the time with the way that we have it set up. Let's move the aspect of the 3 curses here on a two-hander. And then let's switch the Asus Ferocity, the Ancient Flame, to the Ring. Well, this is just going to give us a huge bonus against a healthy target. So whenever we're attacking a monster that's full health, we're going to like hit them with multiple meteors at the same time, and you're going to get essentially what is 160% critical strike damage multiplier. And even if they're not healthy, you're still going to get an 80% critical strike damage multiplier, which is probably the best way to get the most damage out of Meteor that you can get. On a two-hander, I think is probably the best bet. Now, another way you could go with it is you could go with Wand and a Focus, in which case I would probably put the 3 curses on the amulet slot. And then you go with Lucky Hit, and then you'd have 1 additional aspect slot that you could pull from. Let's see here. I think this build actually could work out really well if you can keep Meteor active. Like, if you can keep spamming Meteor all the time, you probably are going to dish out a lot more damage if you can keep that 100% up. And Inferno gives you, of course, the free use of the ability. So maybe Flicker Step might be a good choice here in combination with Teleport. Well, actually, no, because we're not using the Teleport enchantment. But at least basically resetting the ultimate skill, which is really what we're looking at here, is resetting the ultimate skill, allowing us to spam more meteors. So every single time we use Inferno, we're just going to be able to spam as many meteors as we possibly can with no mana cost, which is probably going to be our best way to get as many meteors on the playing field as possible. And then for the rest of this, not really sure. I mean, we need defenses. We need we lost a defensive slot here, and we're probably just going to have to run 2 defensives here. That would be my thinking. You could go with Raiment if you really want to run like teleport pull in with the stun, but I'm not entirely sure it's necessary. And you might be better off running something like Aspect of Might, and I think there's another one in here that's pretty good for the Sorceress, besides Disobedience, which I could also maybe run. Where's that other one? Nope, not that one. Yeah, I think in this case we might actually be running Disobedience. It might be the play. Okay, let's go take a look at the Paragon board real quick. The new Starless Skies is amazing, but I'm not putting any, this is the brand new season start, I'm not putting any of those inside of the builds, because there's no guarantee you're going to get your hands on a Harlequin Crest. There's no guarantee you're going to get your hands on a Starless Sky. It's too early in the season. Obviously, the season hasn't even started yet. I mean, if you get lucky and you manage to grab one of those items as like an early thing, then, I mean, yeah, sure. I was thinking about this one, which is the Adept. It happened to be right at the top, but it's the one that gives you the increase in your mastery, like, area of effect. And since Meteor is, of course, a mastery skill, having the increased area effect on Meteor could be pretty OP with all this spamming. Momo, I spent like 26 days trying to farm Uber Uniques when the first season started. It's not about leveling build. It's not about anything. It's just about the fact that those Uber Uniques are not going to be something that you can depend on. So when I set up a build, I try not to put any Uber Uniques in the build because there's no guarantee that you're actually going to have one. Even if you play for a solid month, there's no guarantee you'll have one. Because that's literally what happened to me. I played for basically a solid month, spammed Durials like for literally 26 straight days, and didn't get a single Uber Unique for 26 straight days. It really just depends on your luck there. Like I said, if you get one, work it into the build. If you don't get one, you have, a setup that shows you how you can set up an endgame build without using those Uber Uniques. Let's see here. Now, we do have the Burning Instinct multiplier. There's also the Enchantment Master, which might be pretty important for this one. Yes, this is the one we're looking at, is Searing Heat. So Searing Heat is the direct damage. That's the direct damage one. It's the one that gives you a multiplier based on your fire bonus. So how much damage you have with fire. So with this build, the entire goal is to build as much damage with fire as we possibly can. Because for every point of damage with fire that we can build, we're going to get a multiplier, which is going to increase. So we're going to want every fire damage that we can get. We don't necessarily need the fire damage over time ones. We want all the fire damage ones. Fire damage ones also increase fire damage over time anyway. So if we have to sacrifice damage over times for fires, then that's absolutely fine. If we have extra points, we can grab the damage over times. It's not really like super serious, but it does give us a pretty nice bonus damage with this legendary. All right, so we definitely want to grab this one here in the center, which is more fire damage bonuses. We want all those. We want every fire damage bonus that we can get, basically. So if we can get more from the Paragon board, then that's what we'll stack them from. And we got to check and make sure there's no fire damage bonus ones in here too. So you got to look at basically what it actually gives you. Unleash is actually a pretty good one. That one might be one that we're going to put points into. Torch is also going to be one that we're interested in. So this is what we want right here, Pyromaniac. So Pyromaniac gives you a 75% bonus to any fire damage modifiers and fire damage reduction modifiers. So we definitely want this one. And every pyromancy skill that you cast for every second that you channel, we're not really too worried about the special effect. What we really are interested in here is that it's going to beef up the fire damage that we have from this node. So we're going to get additional, it's like, what, 75% additional fire damage from this node, which is going to give us a multiplier on Searing Heat. That's pretty much all we're interested in. And we need willpower. You don't even actually have to activate this one. Let's see here. Actually, this one works for Meteor too, so we definitely will activate this if possible, which requires willpower. And we need one more point. This one is fire resistance, which we don't necessarily need, so we could skip that one. All right, so that one is now activated. So this one's going to give us the 75% bonus to the fire damage modifiers from here. So we're going to get a nice little extra bonus, which is going to help us with that. Do we have this one active? We don't have this one active, do we? All right, let's go ahead and activate this one. So we definitely want to grab this one because it has the 10 intelligence, which we need here. And trying to see what the cheapest way to get the extra intelligence we need is. Looks like we're good to go here and here. And that caps us out for the 40 that we need. Alright, so cheapest route to the next board is right there. Burning Instinct might be something that we want to grab just simply because it does increase our fire. But I was also thinking that Enchantment Master might be a really good play here. Just simply because we want to spawn as many meteors as we can. And using the enchantment, we get the, what is it, like the 8% lucky hit, which isn't really all that amazing. But if we use the Enchantment Master, we can increase that percentage, and then we focus on lucky hit, we can get more and more of those meteors falling, essentially, from the enchantment, which we want as many of those enchantment meteors falling as we can possibly get. That's kind of like the whole goal, because you want to just spam the screen with meteors, as many as you can possibly make pop down. The muscular shirt ab. Close it. There, you guys can't see it anymore. What do we got in here? We also may want to go through the that other searing board just simply for the fire damage. There's probably let's actually check that real quick. Hold on. Here, hold on. Let me close this real quick. I just want to check the searing board. We're going to see if the searing board has a lot of fire based modifiers on it. So Burning Instinct. What do we got here? Damage reduction from burning enemies, damage to burning enemies. So damage to burning enemies could be very useful to us, although it's not going to give us the multiplier. Damage to burning, damage to burning. Yeah, we might actually end up wanting to get Burning Instincts, just simply because it does build off of critical strike damage, which we can stack as well. Alright, well, let's close this one. I'm not going to build that one first. Let's grab the Enchantment Master. Which one's this one? Potion Healing? No, let's go from a different direction. This one is the damage taken over time reduction. Oh, both of those are terrible. Potion Healing. Regeneration when not damaged recently. At least this one has resistance to all elements, so I guess that's slightly better. slightly better. And then we've got the non-physical damage here, which non-physical damage will, of course, help our fire. So we're just going to go ahead and grab that. Yes, Kubus-a-Boobus. He said, what? I didn't say nothing. Dealing fire, cold, or lightning damage to an enemy increases all damage you deal to them by 5% times. Cody, I can't hold the mouse still. Get your big fat head out of here, fat head. Get your fat head out of here, fat head. Fat head. Why you got such a fat head, fat head? And your head is fat. Don't even pretend like it's not. Look at how big your head is. Look. Look at his big old head. Look. Look. Compare. Compare heads. Look how big his monster head is. Look. Monster head. That's right. I said it. Monster head. Get your big fat head out of here, fat head. It doesn't work. He just comes right back. Paragon nodes within range gain 15 to 75% bonus to their non-physical damage and damage reduction modifiers. Okay, so that one's probably good to put here. You're such a baby. I said it. I said it, baby. That's right, baby. Baby. You hear him? You hear the big baby? It's a big baby. We probably won't need this resistance to all elements. I don't really... it's a 10 intelligence, but I don't really think we even really need it. I guess technically we could just come up here anyway and grab it, and that would still bring us to our 40. And then we'd get some all-res in the process. I mean, it's not like a terrible idea. Cody, you are such a big baby. What do you want? Why don't you go get one of your toys? Go get your alligator. Go get your ball. Why don't you go get one of your toys? Give me this gator. Give me this. That's my gator, and him's going to sit with me. Thank you. Nope, that's my gator. Nope. I play this game with him. Nope. Oh, you so angry. It's my alligator. Him's mine. And then he gets mad and he takes it. There you go. So predictable. He'll bring it back to me eventually once he's finished playing with it. And, okay, so where do we need to go from here? We need like a... I guess we could probably go this way. Alright, Static Surge is out, Ice Fall is out, Frigid Fade is out. We don't really need any of those. Those are multipliers for cold. Elemental Summoner is for conjuration, which we don't really need. Ceaseless Conduit is mainly just lightning. So it's pretty much just Burning Instinct at this point, and then we can use another one to get a free glyph socket. That one's what? Lucky hit. Damage reduction from elites. Alright, so let's do it like this. And then we can throw another one of these doojigs in here. We want Torch, because Torch gives us 2.5% increased damage for every nearby burning enemy. Cody, can I, like, ever use my mouse without you bumping the chair and the everything in the world all the time? You walk around like you're an elephant inside of like a china shop, and you literally just don't care that you break anything or you hit anything or you bump anything. You like legit just knock people down to get where you want to go. Like you took out your mama's leg the other day and she literally almost died. Like you got to realize how big you are. When you walk through something, I know it's possible for you to not bonk into and knock over everything in your path. I know that it is possible, sir. It is possible for you to be more dexterous and agile. But you don't. And you just bump into everything and knock everything down. Yes, I'm talking to you. Turd boy. Turd boy. All right, so torch it is. Let's throw a torch here. He doesn't like that I called him turd boy. He said that is not polite. He said that is not polite. All right, we probably want to grab this damage reduction from burning too. All of this damage reduction from burning. We don't need dexterity though. That we need willpower for this. So let's grab all the willpower nodes. Looks like we got 2 more up here. I think that's we gotta go all the way up there and get those. It's a pain in the butt. I mean, if that's the case, it might be more beneficial to grab them on the way. Like this, maybe? And then... No, that's just like... That doesn't really help me any. Or does it? I can't quite figure it out. I guess I could pull that one. I could pull that one. I could pull that one. And then I can't really pull that one because I need that one. These are isolated now, so they're not actually connected to anything. So that doesn't help, and this one's not connected to anything either. And this just doesn't work. It doesn't help me any to go up here and do these. I guess I have to go up here anyway to get this node, which is what I was gunning for. So I guess that's what I gotta do. So just keep that one there. This goes this way up here. Yeah, done. All right, and then we go all the way up here and we grab that doojank like that. Look at that, it's pretty. And we grab these damage to burning enemies on the way because we want as much damage to burning enemies as we can get. Damage reduction from burning enemies is certainly not terrible either. And that still leaves us with a pretty nice amount. Is this active? 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 Active. Okay, so these are all active. I don't know what the hell I just did. I broke it. I just broke it. I broke it. I broke it. Kubus the Monstum Dog is making this impossible. He wants his attention and he's going to get it. I think we're just going to go up here. Or is it this way is cheaper? I don't know which way is cheaper. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's cheaper up that way. Might be cheaper to go to this one too. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's only 6. It's not bad. Let's do this one. Now for this last one, I don't really know what the hell we want. We've pretty much exhausted all of the good ones, so at this point it's pretty much just, I think, going for an extra glyph socket. Let's check the elemental summoner one and see if it has any fire nodes in it or non-physical damage nodes. We got maximum mana nodes, attack speed, conjuration skill, resistance. There we go. There's a non-physical damage right there. Alright, so let's rotate this until we can get to the non-physical damage, which is what we want. So we'll come up here and grab this non-physical damage. And then we come over here and grab the glyph socket. And the last glyph, I'm not really sure what we want here. Enchanter, for every 5 intelligence persist within range, deal 2 to 10% increase to non-physical damage. For each skill equipped in your enchantment slots, gain 5% maximum resistance to that skill's element. I mean, that would give us a pretty decent amount of additive non-physical damage. We'll keep our eye on Enchanter. We could also go for the vulnerable damage multiplier from exploits. This is the one we need. That's right. I forgot about this one. So this is the one where you deal 10% increased times direct damage to burning enemies. So as long as the enemy is burning, you deal increased direct damage, which is going to help Meteor tremendously. And then it also has you deal 15% increased damage to burning targets. So this is what we want right here. We want Flame Feeder. And then for Flame Feeder, we don't want the Conjuration. It's Dexterity. Okay, so the Conjuration is kind of like mandatory here. Because we need both of those Dexterity nodes. I'm not sure if we can get away with not going for those Dexterity nodes. Let's see. If we come down here and grab these two, come up here and grab these two, that brings us to 20. We need one more Dex node, which does not exist. Wow. There's literally no Dex nodes. Additional Dex nodes. There's no additional Dex nodes within range. Crazy. Alright, well, in that case, I guess we don't really have a choice. Might as well pull these. And it's for every 5 dexterity purchase within range, you deal more damage to burning targets. So I guess maybe this might not even be a bad play to just kind of like stack a little bit there. Just so that we have a little bit more fire damage. Just grab all the dex nodes. And then just run the entire lot so we get the full bonus. And then at this point, we're pretty much just sitting on min-maxing. So this one, it doesn't matter because this one doesn't get additional bonuses. It's Diablo 4.life. This is Diablo 4.life. I got a little ticker here. I'll bring my little ticker up. Bink. What's up, smuggler? Where was the one that gives mastery skill damage? That's what we want. So let's cap this one out. Let's cap out the additive bonus from this one because we're going to be focusing on Meteor, which is going to be one of the most important things. And this one is intelligence. So let's go ahead and grab like every point of intelligence we can here within this sphere. And we might as well grab that non-physical damage right there. That's definitely worth it. That leaves us with 4 additional points. I already capped that one out. What's this one up here? This one is increased burning damage for every point of willpower. This one's not really as great. We didn't actually cap this one out, though. Unfortunately. So we'll have to pull... Do we need that one? We do need that one. So we'll have to pull a point here or there. Hold on. Pull one here. There we go. So now we're finished. So that's our Paragon board. And as far as stats go, I mean, this particular character spams Meteor. Meteor mayhem, basically. Uses burning damage to increase direct damage. And then on top of that, we also have the Talrashas. So the Talrashas iridescent loop. 3 elements multipliers So that basically allows us to do that. And then we also have our lightning spear for vulnerable spam cooldowns to build and maintain barrier. That's pretty much the gist of that. Gears and powers, I mean, basically you're focusing on fire damage is your main, that's your main concern. And then crit damage is your secondary concern. So you want fire damage and crit damage. Trying to think if there's anything else you really want to go for. Fire damage and crit damage is really your main focus. Let's go ahead and save this build. Type in Season 3. This character is definitely going to be AoE, 100%, spamming AoE. I don't really know if it's going to be meta or not until we're finished. This should be an endgame build, no problem. A leveling build, no problem. I mean, it's pretty much just spam Meteor, so yeah, it's probably going to be easy to play. And I don't really know about the rest of it. I guess we'll find out as we go along. And let's go ahead and copy that one and bring that in here. Diablo 4.live. Diablo 4.live. I mean, of course, you guys can manipulate these characters to your own, devices. You don't have to go with my build specifically. Like, you're more than welcome to play around with it. Maneuver and change the equipment to your delight. I mean, I'm sure that as we get into the season, we will find that things are not quite as, we think, and we might have to adjust, right? But I am confident that these builds, like that I'm posting right now, if you just ran the build exactly as I have it, you would probably do just fine. I mean, is it going to be like tier 100 Nightmare Dungeon capable? I don't know. I don't know that until I get into the game and actually check it out, and I might make some adjustments to it as time goes on, and I will probably go back and update these. So as I build these characters and I play around with how they work, and I decide that I don't like this or I don't like that or I want to change something around, I'll come back and I'll update the build with more interesting stuff. I am a little bit worried about this build though because it uses the head slot, so you're not going to be able to use Shaco, you're not going to be able to use Andariel's Visage, you won't be able to use Godslayer's Crown, etc. So like in general with like this build, because it uses a unique item that is required for the build, you're not going to be able to get the helmet slot. The other thing that worries me about this build is survivability. Because this build has a helmet slot as a unique, again, you're now consuming one of your defensive slots, and you're going to be a little bit weaker than other sorceresses because you don't have as many defensive slots as other sorcs. I would definitely shy away from using Raiment of the Infinite on this build because you're already going to be consuming one of your defensive slots with the Starfall Coronet. And unfortunately, that means that you cannot also consume your chest armor slot, which is another one of your defensive slots, with the Raiment of the Infinite. If you do that, if you can use the Raiment of the Infinite and the Starfall Coronet, you're going to be really behind on defensive capability, and you're probably not going to be able to survive most stuff. I mean, if you're going into like really low level, like Nightmare Dungeons or whatever, and you just don't really care and you just want to have fun, Raiment could definitely be useful for like just have some fun, basically. But I think when it comes to Nightmare Dungeons 100s, you're already going to be lacking defensive capability because of the Starfall Coronet, and you're going to have to dedicate your body and your pants need to be defensive. You can't use any uniques here. I wouldn't even use Tobolts because, in my opinion, Tobolts is not defensive enough, and you're going to run into situations where you're going to die because you don't really have like a good defensive aspect there. I mean, to bolts is nice, don't get me wrong. And I really do like that 40% increased damage while you're unstoppable. It's powerful. And the damage output that you'll get from to bolts might be worth the risk of dying. But if you find yourself in a situation where you're just running like tier 100 dungeons and you're dying left and right, you're going to think back to this exact moment and you're going to be like, man, maybe I should take to bolts off and go with something a little bit more defensive. And that's basically where you're going to be at. If the character is defensive enough and can handle things just fine, then use to bolts. If you find that you're really lacking in defensive capability and you just really need to step up your defensive game, then you're not going to be able to use to bolts in this build. You're going to have to go with something else. I got Aspect of Disobedience here, but you could also potentially go with a couple other things. Some of the stuff that I was considering, and I forgot to put gems in here. Let's go ahead and put emeralds. Most likely not sapphires. It's probably going to be rubies. And then if you can, skulls, because she has lots of resistances. It won't save my setup for the Sensual just yet. I'm not sure exactly what's wrong. I already messaged Proner on that. For some reason or though, it is actually saved, though. So, it's not saved when you use the link. But if I go here, and I go to my builds, and then I click on the Meteor build, well, heck, okay, well, it's still not saved, so never mind. Maybe it's because I updated it while it was not saved. I probably undid the progress. What was it that I did? I did, I was going with Firefly, and I went with Gyrate. Yes, Gyrate. And then I was going for the Mockery support, and then over here, Arcing, Gripping. That's the other one I was doing. Gripping, and then I wanted to do the registered damage support over here. Yeah, the registered damage support. I thought that could be an interesting combination between the two, especially since the registered damage technically counts as fire damage as well. So it'd be kind of interesting to see how that multiplies with your fire modifiers. Apparently it's supposed to work that way. And this one was going to be... Where are you at? We were going to do burning support, and then we were going to grab... yeah, decreasing the cooldown, that was it. Alright, let me just update this. And then if I remember correctly, when I went to the builds category and I actually clicked on the build, the Sensual stuff was still there, but it might take a minute anyway. But that pretty much does it for the Meteor Sorceress. I mean, I think she's going to be pretty powerful this season. Spammy, very spammy. It's going to be very, very, very spammo. Spammily spams. What are you doing? A rogue? Twisting Blades rogue? I'm not really sure Twisting Blades is going to be all that great this season, my friend. They nerfed the crap out of Twisting Blades. You might not want to do Twisting Blades. Smuggler. Not only did they nerf Twisting Blades, oh man, I don't even. How do I even count the ways? Let me count the ways they nerf Twisting Blades, shall we? So first off, this was the first nerf that they did to Twisting Blades, where they basically took away quite a bit of the distance, like the distance travel damage, and a bunch of other things. That was like the first nerf that they did. The second nerf was that they fixed an issue where the returning Twisting Blades while using the Blade Dancer's aspect was applying the full poison imbue damage instead of the expected percentage of damage dealt. So basically, when you look at the effect, like, you know how, like, when you use the twisting blades and it returns, it only does like 20% damage. You're only supposed to be getting like 20% of the poison imbue. And they fix that as well, so it no longer applies the full poison imbue damage when it's returning, or like with this aspect at all. The blade, basically the blade dancer's aspect, no longer applies full poison imbue damage. Then they also fixed the, where was the other thing? There was a bunch of other ones in here. There was a bug too. Hold on. I mean, I noticed that. I noticed you had Ring of the Starless Sky and Harlequin Crest on your list there, Smuggler, but I mean, the chances of you getting those in any relative expediency is pretty slim, unless you're just going to be purchasing materials and farming Duriel all day long until you get them, which is another thing. I wouldn't put Ubers in your build unless you're unless you have that Uber in your hand. That's basically how I would say it. If you've got the Uber in your hand, then put it in your build, but I wouldn't bother putting it in your build until you actually have it in your hand. What are we moving on to next? What have we done? We did the Meteor Sorceress. We did the Lightning Storm Druid. We did the Bone Spirit Necromancer. We have not done the Penetrating Shot build. Let's do the Penetrating Shot build, shall we? So I actually have a pen shot build already. However, we might have to change it a little bit. So we're gonna play around with this and see what we can do. First off, let's go ahead and change this to the Season of the Construct. I mean, it sounds like you're purchasing materials, Smuggler. I don't really know what to tell you. 20 Harlequin Crests, it's not even realistic. This is my job. I play literally like anywhere between 8 to 12 hours a day, every single day, for months at a time. And I think I got 4 Harlequin Crests the entire season, 2 Ring of the Starless Skies. And that was with the entire clan farming materials nonstop the entire time. And we would run literally anywhere between like 50 to 100 Duriels, sometimes a day, depending on the amount of materials that we had at our given time frame. And honestly, I didn't even find half of those items until after they bumped the drop rate by double during the New Year's and Christmas thing, where they basically gave us double drop rate. So, like, honestly, the general gist of the fact that you're basically telling me you got 20 Harlequin Crests and 12 rings just sounds like you're purchasing materials offline. There's probably no way that you're going to beat the amount of farming that I do legitimately. It just doesn't happen. Because I'm a no-lifer. I mean, let's just lay it out like it really is, and let's insult myself. I'm a no-lifer, okay? I literally play this game as my job. And even with playing this game as my job, I was only able to get 4 Harlequin Crests, 2 Ring of the Starless Skies, 2 Grandfathers. I mean, if you add it all up, it seems like a lot, but it was literally over the entire season, and the majority of those came during the double drop rate, like, weekend thing. Which, granted, the double drop rate weekend thing was insane, but that doesn't exist this season. There's not going to be a double drop rate weekend this season unless they bring one back. I mean, we can't really rely on that, but if they do bring that back, farm away. Like, everybody should be farming during that double drop rate weekend, because in that week that they gave us double drop rate, or that month or whatever, like, I got more Uber Uniques in that double drop rate period than I did like the entire previous period. Okay, so Rogue. Rogue. What the hell are we gonna do with Rogue? I'm trying to think. Like, You know, I think I need to actually, I haven't done this the entire time, but I think I need to pull up Diablo and actually check out my rogue, because I'm not really even sure that this build is 100% up to date, because I've changed around the rogue so much. The pen shot rogue, she's definitely a very fun one, and one that I've played around with a ton. So let's take a quick look at my pen shot rogue. Let's see how she performs, and then we'll take it from there. They made a lot of changes to the pen shot rogue with this particular build. This build is going to be insane, by the way. Let me pull up some of these changes real quick. As I pull up Frostbite. Okay. So 2 of the big changes that they made was with the Toxic Alchemist loop and the Icy Alchemist loop. These are the 2 that got like the biggest ridiculous changes, and this is what literally is going to absolutely multiply my damage by 1 trillion. So let me pull up Toxic. Okay, so this is the 2 of them right here, and basically what they did is they added a multiplier right here. It's these little last lines at the very end. So if the monster was already chilled or frozen, increase this damage by 100% times. If the monster was already poisoned, increase this damage by 100% times. So basically what they've done is they've made it so that the damage explosions that come from Toxic Alchemist and Icy Alchemist are going to get basically doubled. And a 100% time, it should be basically double as far as I understand it, because the multiplier would work something like this. So like, you know, say you did, I don't know, 1,000 damage or whatever. It doesn't really matter. The multiplier is essentially 100%, but then at the same time you have to add the original 1. So it would be 200% basically multiplier, which is 100% actual, because the original 100% plus the 100% that you're increasing it. And the amount of damage that you can get out of it is pretty high. Here's the Toxic Alchemist loop that I have, and then I also have the Icy Alchemist loop. So these are the 2 that I'm running right now. So you get about like 3,060 cold damage on the explosion here, and then you get about 1,739 poison damage here, but then it multiplies that by 2. And let me give you like a taste of how this character runs. I think I got the volume turned off for the game. Hold on. Boop. There we go. This character, I don't even know if she's still set up properly. Some lag going on here. What do I got in here? Nothing. I've got a whole lot of nothing. Let's just craft something up real quick. I'm not really interested in like fighting right now. I just kind of want to give you guys a demonstration. So let's just pull up an 80. Someone just logged off of WoW? Who logged off of WoW? I don't play World of Warcraft, if that's what you're talking about. I am not a World of Warcraft player. I don't even have the game installed. That's what made me lag. Alright, so the way that this build works, and I'm not using to bolts, as you can see. The way that this build works is you basically just build your combo points. You find a nice big thick pack of monsters. You fire into that pack of monsters, and it basically causes tons of explosions to happen. Of course, we got big boy here. It's been a little while since I played this girl, so give me a second. I think I'm lagging myself up. As you can see by the massive amount of explosions that happen on the screen at any given time frame, the character just kind of is absolutely silly for like how much damage that they can dish out. The bigger the pack, the more damage it is. It's like an exponential increase of explosions. The more that you have going on, the more explosions it causes. So the more monsters equals more damage, and more damage equals more monsters, and it kills them, freezes them. The freezing effect causes more explosions, and it ends up in this like exponential craziness where you just see like an entire screen explode at the same time. One of the main issues was single target damage, which she does have a little bit of an issue with bosses. I'll be perfectly honest. And they kind of nerfed poison imbuement. So maybe poison imbuement isn't really the best play anymore. I'm not sure. I would have died so many times if I picked the tier 100 dungeon already, because I'm not playing good at all. It's the first time I've played in a couple months. I've been playing Diablo 2. And Ark. And Grim Dawn. I was playing Grim Dawn too. TOB? What's TOB? Tears of Blood? I think I do have Tears of Blood on this girl, actually. Level 1, maybe? Just like the basic. I don't think I ever really took her into the AOZ, but I think I got her the Tears of Blood glyph. I mean, they kind of nerfed the poison damage. I'm not really sure if the poison damage is going to be worth going with. It also might be interesting just to go with like a dual core setup instead. I wonder how well a dual core setup would work with this. The only reason I originally worked Poison Imbuement into this build in the first place was to try and fix the single target. And because they nerfed Poison Imbuement, I'm not really sure if it's even worth using Poison Imbuement anymore. Alright, well I gotta feel for the build again. Let's go back to town real quick. I just went into my inventory to use my town portal scroll, by the way. Alright, let's take a look at our skill tree here real quick. So if we forgo Poison Imbuement, which might actually be a thing, so we might move away from Poison Imbuement simply because they kind of nerfed this. So they nerfed mixed Poison Imbuement. Poison Imbuement no longer stacks double the amount of poisoning damage over time. It doesn't work that way anymore. It's like it kind of sucks, to be perfectly honest. I can't remember what exactly they changed it to. It just doesn't do that anymore. Where is it? I'm sure it's in here somewhere. Chilling weight, precision, close quarters combat. Here it is, mixed poison imbuement. A new lucky hit. Poison imbued skills have a 30% chance to reduce the poison imbuement's cooldown by 2 seconds. So it'll allow you to spam poison imbuement more often, but it's no longer going to do double damage, which is a pretty big. That's a pretty big hit to poison imbuement, I think. I mean, you're talking about a loss of 30% chance to deal double damage is a pretty big loss on the poison imbuement side. Did I actually build for poison imbuement too? Like, did I use Bane and Tracker and stuff like that? I've got FSC, Control, Devious, Exploits. No, I didn't. And I have level 1 Tears of Blood Glyph. I never really took this girl into the Abattoir of Zir. She was okay with it. I mean, she kind of like annihilated the first tier at the very least, but I never really leveled up her glyph and tried to get her set up for AOZ. I was too busy playing with my Barbarian. I'm trying to think if I want to change anything at all for this girl. I mean, one thing that I could do is I could go more into the poison side of things instead of just simply relying on the free double poison imbuement. I could put like tracker and stuff like that in there. Move away from crowd control damage, which I think is kind of an issue for this build too. Is that it's very set up for crowd control damage and it's not set up for like on hit. Another interesting way we could potentially move it is I've heard that Barrage works pretty good for single target. Is it Barrage or is it Rapid Fire? I can't remember which one. Barrage is the one that's like multi-shot, right? And Rapid Fire is the one that just fires like 5 arrows in a straight line. Trying to think here. We're also running the Victimize passive. And we're scaling based on the Victimize passive too. They did do a lot of work with the Precision Key passive, and it could be an interesting way to change the damage output to go with the Precision Key passive instead. So basically the way this one works is you gain 4% increased critical strike damage. I can't remember how they changed it. Let's take a look at the change, because this is of course not giving us the change to the precision. Where is the precision change? There it is. There's the precision change. Oops. So this is the one where they made it so that it has a scaling multiplier based on critical strike damage bonus. I wonder how well this build would work if we did change to precision from Victimize. Victimize is very good for what we're trying to do, but let's just very quickly change to precision. Just not change anything else. Let's just change to precision and let's see how it works. Okay, we need to go down this way. Wait, we did actually change, didn't we? Okay. Well, it certainly doesn't seem to affect my explosion damage. A little bit less explodey, but it still seems to be pretty explodey. And of course the damage is actually going to go up a little bit from what we currently have here. For the explosions anyway. spawn on top of me? No, the damage definitely has slowed down a bit by changing from victimized to precision. I mean, it definitely seems like my damage, the single target damage is going up, but my AoE multiplier definitely went down quite a bit because I lost all that, was it 298% multiplier on the victimized explosions, and I lost the victimized explosions also. Let's try it one more time with the with it restored. We're gonna have to swap this one around and play around. Oh yeah, I think that was Pablo yesterday, Michael. Pablo gave out 5 gift subs yesterday. So slow. I'm really gonna miss Ravenous and a lot of the other ones that increase her attack speed. Alright, let's go take a look at the training dummies real quick. I think this will give us a better answer. I keep going into my inventory to use my teleport scrolls, guys. I'm playing Diablo 2. It's all I've been playing is Diablo 2, really. So I keep going in my inventory. I'm like, where's my scroll of town portal? I didn't get any scrolls of town portal before I left town. Oh, this is terrible. This is so terrible. Well, if we take poison out of the equation, just as an example, we take poison out, we have room for something else. And that's basically what I'm thinking here. So we got room for an additional skill. And what is the additional skill that we have room for? I was thinking maybe rapid fire. We could maybe use rapid fire as a secondary. Let's go ahead and set this up for bosses and multiple bosses. Alright, if we pull Poison Imbuement, and we also pull the synergies for Poison Imbuement, we basically get back 10 points, which is a pretty hefty amount of points to get back. We could invest those somewhere else, like for instance, we could invest them in rapid fire. %, times the critical strike damage for 5 seconds after you evade. Baldur's Gate 3 is amazing, but are you interested in that type of gameplay, Lord Drizzt? I mean, are you a fan of top-down isometric, like classic RPGs? I believe the classification is CRPG, generally, is what they call it, is a CRPG. CRPGs are games that, how do I put it? They just generally tend to be a little bit different than your normal RPG. Usually they're turn-based. You know, you control multiple characters. It's not like one character. I mean, the story in Baldur's Gate 3 is amazing, and I really do enjoy the gameplay of Baldur's Gate 3. But if you compared Baldur's Gate 3 to something like Dark Souls or Elden Ring, they're completely different games. Absolutely, completely different games. Pimpum boy. All your pimples are gone. Good boy. But that doesn't address the fact that you're being obnoxious. Can we talk about why you're being so obnoxious? Why are you being extra obnoxious? You don't even know, do you? No, you don't know. You don't care, do you? He's like, pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. Why are you not paying attention to me? No, you're not coming up here. That's right, back it up. I actually really like CRPGs. CRPGs are like one of my favorite type of games. I mean, if you want to check and see what Baldur's Gate is like to play, I mean, I have a full playthrough of Baldur's Gate. You could very easily just take a look at my playthrough and see whether it's the type of game that you would enjoy. Here, let me pull up the Baldur's Gate playlist. Let's see. I got everything all playlist out. Where's my BG3 playlist? Cody, stop with your vocal oscillations. Okay? You whine and complain to get what you want. It's not cute. It's not even remotely cute. There you go. That's the this is my BG3 playthrough. And of course, you don't have to play through it like mine, and there's multiple endings, so you might not even end up at the same ending that I ended up as. And one of the cool things is you could potentially learn as you go. You know, like I spend a lot of time learning the game, and so if you watch me as you play through, you'll learn basically at the same rate that I do, which is pretty cool. Once I got everything down, though, I was pretty much a master at the game for the most part. Felt really good to kind of like master the game. I still got 7 points left. I love this one with the lucky hit chance. And then, what are we set up with right now? Taking poison imbuement out means we lose that. But that also means we still have to put in rapid fire. Which, I guess we could move that over here. And we still have 4 additional points. We need more single target damage. It's really all there is to it. We just need as much single target damage as we can get. Maybe we just need to go with impetus. I think impetus might be the way we could add in a good amount of multiplier. 21% increased multiplier for basically just moving. So just moving around gets us the impetus multiplier. Yeah, Barrage seems like it would work out pretty good for our single target needs. We'll have to try it versus a boss. I'm not entirely sure, though. So, we're currently using Bursting Venoms. Cody, stop! Stop! Stop, 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 stop. I just took you out. I know you don't have to go peppadoodles. We literally just went outside. You're just being a butt. Lay down, buddy. Thank you. So we can take out Bursting Venoms and we can take out Toxic Alchemist Loop. But we're still utilizing the Icy Alchemist Ring. I don't know. Maybe he just wants a hug. How about that? We'll give him a hug. Come here, Cody. Come here and give me a hug. Give me a hug. Come on. Ow. How is that a hug? Why are you going to climb up here? Just come here. Come here. Come here. I gave you the beats. Are you going to knock over my whole chair? Stop. You're going to knock over the chair. You want some beats? Here, I give you the beats. Beats, beats, beats. Gotta give you the beats. Beats, beats, beats. Gotta give you the beats. He likes it when you get the beats. He likes the beats. He likes all the beats. Beats. Gotta get a beats. Beady, 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 beats. Gotta beats, 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 beady, beady, beats. Gotta get a beats. I told somebody that you gotta beat your dog. They're like, no, don't beat your dog. That's mean. I'm like, no, you gotta beat your dog like this. Beady, beady. You play him like a drum. That's what you do. You play him like a drum. Beady, 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 beady. You gotta check his durability. You gotta make sure he's not ethereal. All right, there you go. Got your hug and you got your beats. Now get. That's right, get. G-I-T, get. He said, no, not. I said, don't want to get. I'm a dog. He said, now give me some treats. I'm all out of cookies, sir. There's no more cookies. I'm all out. His tail stopped wagging. I told him I was out of cookies, and his tail stopped wagging. He said, that's just rude.
I need more time. I need more energy.
Okay, let's change this over from victimize to precision. It's kind of interesting having two skills. Penetrating shot is definitely not the best versus the single target. I'm not really sure barrage is the best versus a single target either, though. What the hell is barrage? Is barrage a channeling skill? It feels like a channeling skill. Or sorry, rapid fire. It feels. I swear it feels like a channeling skill the way it fires. Of course, we won't know exactly how good precision does until we get this multiplier. Like that's the catch there. We need to see this multiplier in action, which is the critical strike damage bonus. So that way we can stack critical strike damage bonus. Not really sure. Another thing that we could potentially do is we could bring cold imbuement back into the mix as opposed to poison imbuement, which we're already stacking most of the cold stuff anyway. Kind of interested to see how that might potentially go. And in that case, we pretty much just throw cold imbue back up here. Run imbuements, or the precision ability. AoE damage is great, single target is crap. I mean, another way that we could go is we could just go full poison and just ignore the fact that they nerfed it, which, I mean, that's also an option. I mean, if we ran this same exact setup, still went with the poison imbuements, we'd have to change the way the character works a little bit, though. You want two fingers up your nostril holes, sir? Why can't I ever do nothing without you? Why can't I ever do nothing without you getting all up in my way? Huh? 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 Why don't you go take a nap? You go night-night? Go take a nap and go night-night. Why you always gotta try and lick me? I don't like it when you lick me, sir. No, I don't want licks. I don't want licks. I don't want them. Back it. That's right. Ha. Back it up. Baby. Big baby. Big baby. Yeah, that's right. I said it. Big baby. You gonna talk back? You gonna talk back, big baby? Huh? That's what I thought. Y'all hear this crap? Y'all hear this crap? Babe, come get this monster dog. He's being mean to me. He's being mean and he's loud. And I took him out and he's still loud. And he's taking over the whole show because he's loud. What's this? What's this? Give me this monster dog. Give me this. What's this? Mm-hmm. What this? I got your nose. Mm-hmm. We'll take it. Oh no! Oh no! What's the matter? What the matter? Turd face. Turd face butt monkey poop dog. That's right, I said it. He don't like that I insulted him. He does not like it at all. He don't like it. Let's see what the hell we can do here. I'm trying to figure this out. I like pen shot. I love pen shot. I love the way that it works. Like being able to wipe out an entire screen of monsters is absolutely insane. I love it. However, the single target capability of the ability is just absolutely terrible. We've got to figure out a way to get the single target up. So that we're not having issues with bosses, so that we're not having issues with, well, just about anything, to be honest with you. It just doesn't really work out to our advantage. Of course, we don't really know how well this is going to change things. It could potentially change things drastically in our favor if we run precision and stack critical strike damage, which seems effective. They also changed inner sight as well. That was another one that they changed. Where was the inner sight change? Hold on. Inner. This one right here. Yeah. That's the one where they set it up for core skill damage. Problem with running inner sights, which is, I don't think, a good move for this build, is that inner sight is, it would take away our combo points. And with no combo points, you won't get the combo point percentage, a lucky hit on penetrating shot, which is really what makes the entire thing work. Without that additional lucky hit percentage that you gain for every combo point that you bring up penetrating shot, it just doesn't really work out super duper amazing. Barrage does seem pretty fun, though. How could we work this in here anyway? Let's pull these points from here again. The impetus passive is nice, but I'm not really sure how well that's going to be useful for us. Got to run around an awful lot, but we do run around an awful lot, so I don't know. It's only on one attack, though, so it's not quite as amazing as it seems. I really thought they were going to buff up the range skills a little bit more than what they did. So let's do this. We stay with precision. We get that multiplier from critical strike damage, which is what we're looking for. Then we go with poison imbuement, which I'm assuming we go with blended poison imbuement at this point. Because the other one, which is the mixed poison imbuement, doesn't work anymore. It just resets the poison imbuement skill, which isn't really useful. So we run blended and poison imbuement. We max out poison imbue to get the highest damage that we can out of the skill, which we might have to pull some points to make that work. Can pull that one too. It doesn't really work out though because we don't have maximum points in rapid fire. Building 2 core skills is going to be rough no matter what. It's kind of unfortunate that you have to do that, though. Like, penetrating shot just really isn't good for single target, and rapid fire just really isn't good for, like, AoE. But maybe if we went with full, like, poison imbue, and then really stacked it up, it might be alright. I'm not sure. How can we add into this even more? I mean, we basically only have 3 points. So let's go with the lucky hit. No, that's not really very useful. We need more single target damage. I don't think the impetus passive is the right one to go for that either. Not even like in close range most of the time. I mean, I guess that could kind of be useful if I'm in melee fighting, but I shouldn't be as a ranged character the majority of the time. Just trying to see what else I can stack in here. Kind of stuck, though. I could grab more critical strike chance, which isn't really going to help me out very much. You just want attention, don't you? Most attention-seeking dog that ever lived. I was thinking maybe caltrops might be an interesting option. They did change caltrops in the patch. Enhanced caltrops now gives you increased... Enemies in caltrops take 10% increased damage from you, increased by 5% each second. So instead of the 5% times increased per second, it's now 10% times increased per second, which could be a way to squeak out a little bit of extra single target damage, because that would be the equivalent of, what is it, lasts for 7 seconds, so every second it's up, it would be 10%, which would be, by the time it's finished, would be a 70% multiplier. 70% times multiplier, that's not bad. That could be another interesting way to eke out more single target damage in our favor. So it's the enhanced caltrops that goes up. How would we work that into the build, though? That's the question. I mean, to be honest with you, we really don't have a lot of slots. I mean, I could take out Dark Shroud completely and throw in caltrops for it, which is a fairly effective defensive cooldown, but only if you're running away from targets that can be slowed. Starts at 10 plus... Well, it starts at 10, and it's plus 10 every second now. So 80 would be the amount that it can go up to total. Oh, no, okay, I see what you're saying. So they take 10, they starts at 10, and then it goes up 5. Alright, so that's, what, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, so 45% times total? I mean, that's not terrible. It also has charges, so it's pretty easy to keep up on a single target. Hey, you got the Shaco soul? Grats, my friend. Grassy booty. Grassy booty butt. Grassy booty butt. Grassy booty butt. Grassy booty butt. What am I doing? I'm not gonna take Dark Shroud. Leave Dark Shroud in. I'll take out Concealment. So basically, when I have this down on the target, or at least a single target, the damage numbers this character gets is just not really all that high. Alright, but then I'd have to change out the Paragon board and a bunch of other things to make this worthwhile. Like, for instance, I got a lot of crowd control stuff in here, which definitely makes it very effective to pop off a big group of, like, non-elites. But as soon as you get into the elites and the bosses and things like that, well, mainly the bosses, the crowd control stuff really just doesn't work very well. So we could swap some of this stuff out, like... We could swap out the control glyph. And then we could swap out the devious glyph. And then maybe we add in something like Bane and Tracker to enhance the poisoning damage. I don't know. Like if we were to throw in Bane and Tracker into the mix. So like Bane, of course I don't have them leveled up right now, which is unfortunate. Yeah, and Tracker, which is longer poison damage effects. I mean, just Bane with the chance for double would at least kind of restore a little bit of what was lost before with the 30% chance for double. So at least I'd be able to get that double, if nothing else. I'm not really 100% sure that I would need Bane, or sorry, Tracker, but Bane is definitely something that I'd want to throw in there. Alright, I think I got an idea of what I want to do. Let's see if we can set this up and change this around a little bit. To bolts doesn't work anymore, so to bolts doesn't even really matter. We can go back to temerity, which is what I was using on this character. But the problem with Temerity is I was using Andoriel's Visage, I think, or I was using something for spamming heals, so that might not even be a good option anymore, now that the vampiric powers are gone. This snap erosion aspect might actually be a really solid way to get barrier instead, because we always chill and freeze basically everything. But then at the same time, again, in a just constant punch in the gut for any character that builds around crowd controls, and it doesn't work versus bosses, so that might not be a good idea either. What do we got? Cowl of the Nameless, Frosties, Noxious Ice, Aspect of Shared Misery. I mean, in this case, we might be better off going with like Aspect of Might, Defensive. Kind of wondering how I'd set this guy up, to be honest. I mean, could it be possible to set this guy up for high amounts of single target damage to counter the fact that I don't have high amounts of single target damage? I mean, theoretically, I guess it could be possible. I mean, what do we got here, like, attack-wise? Quickly ambush a target, dealing damage to each target, may strike the same target multiple times. So Bushwhack seems like a very powerful single target melee attack. And then we've got Impale, which is a frontline attack to all enemies in front of the Sensual Construct. So we could go with like an Impale and Bushwhack together. Just set them up for like a 100% melee, turn them into like a golem, basically. And then Bushwhack. I mean, the way that our aspects work, or the way that they set these things up with the Toxic Alchemist Loop and the Icy Alchemist Loop, is that as long as the enemies are poisoned, we don't really have to worry about any of the actual effects. So if I go through here and pull this up real quick, all right. So see, if they are already chilled or they are already frozen, then you increase the damage by 100%. If they are already poisoned, increase this damage by 100%, right? So basically we're in a situation where if the monster is already frozen, we get this huge damage bump. Whereas we're freezing them and we're poisoning them, which is fine, but when we fire the ability, if it's not the first time the monster's been poisoned, then we end up with a nice little, like, just bonus, right? So maybe we go with, instead of the straight line attack, go with the Gyrate, which is the AoE. We go with the, I think it's called the Voluminous, which is increases the size of the ability. And then we go with the Frigid support, which chills. And we go with the Poisoning support, which poisons. So then basically the Gyrate acts as a way to apply the chilling and the poisoning effects to basically everything before we actually use the ability, which allows us to get the 100% times multiplier on those abilities. So it'll just give us a huge bonus, right? And then for the melee, like the main melee attack, we can focus on trying to get that as high damage as possible. Hey, you got your Shaco beanie? Nice, Sin City. Congrats. Mr. My beanies. It's cold, too. It's freaking cold as crap, so. How do we set this guy up? We want damage. That's what we want. So, attack speed bonus. breaking support. Tactical support to decrease the cooldown of the skill so that it goes off more often. When the supporting skill deals damage, you gain critical strike chance to the same target's hit. So that would basically make it crit more often versus the same target. So in this case, we've got the bushwhack. It teleports to the target, ambushing the target basically, dishing out large amounts of damage, can target multiple times. Swift support to increase the attack speed, tactical support to decrease the cooldown of the skill, and efficiency support to make sure that the critical strike, because basically if you hit the same target multiple times, it increases the critical strike chance every single time you hit them. So this one would be to basically beef up Toxic Alchemist and Icy Alchemist. And then this over here is just to give him single target damage so we can augment our single target damage with his. I don't know how well that would actually work out, but I don't know. I mean, we've got a fire attack, a lightning attack, Tempest, which is an electrical attack, another fire attack. Defensives. Let's, actually, we don't need to change this build, do we? Here, hold on. Let's clone this build. And we need to save this as a new build. Pen shot explosions. Actually, we could just call it the Alchemist build. Because the Alchemist is, copy this and put this in here. We haven't actually set it up yet, but all right. So what are we changing with this particular build? Well, Frosties are a must. We changed the aspect of the might. Of course, the Sensual completely obliterated himself as soon as we made it. I'm still so curious about that. Like, does it actually remove it from the thing, or yeah, it does? It just removes it. So we spent all that time setting up the Sensual for nothing. Aspect of the shared misery is a must for basically spreading the crowd control effects. We need that to spread the freezing effects. Basically what you do is you utilize the Frosties and you utilize the aspect of the shared misery together, and it essentially makes sure that everything on the screen is frozen basically all the time. It's absolutely great. Cowl of the Nameless is an interesting option for when you don't have access to the like Chaco. I'm not exactly sure if this is the best one to use, though, because our lucky hit is already so good that we might just be better off with some sort of defensive aspect here. Like maybe aspect of disobedience or something. I don't know. Anything to help our character a little bit defensively, because this character does have a little bit of an issue with survivability, and we don't really need the lucky hit chance. I hate to say it. So maybe instead, something like Cheats Aspect might be a better option here, with like a very well-rolled helmet with like Shadow Imbuement on it or something along those lines. It's probably a better choice. Attack speed is also going to be an issue this season because we don't have access to the Season of the Blood, like attack speed bonuses. So we might be better off utilizing, instead of Condemnation, we might be better off using Ashira's Kanjar for the attack speed. The Ashira Kanjar attack speed is amazing, but we would lose the 30%, what is it, the combo multiplier? 40% increased damage when spending 3 combo points. So we would lose that. But I think it might be worth it because the attack speed is going to be so bad in Season 3 that we're going to need the extra attack speed from Ashira's Kanjar. Skill tree. Let's take a look at the skill tree and see what we want to change here. We're still going with Puncture. I think that's the best play. Puncture just works better than either of the Heartseeker or Forceful Arrow. I feel like Heartseeker and Forceful Arrow are terrible. Also, the Can Jar I think only works with like I think you actually have to use the dagger if I remember correctly. We're still going with Pen Shot. We're dropping Concealments, but we're keeping Dark Shroud. We're no longer going with Mixed Poison Imbuement. We're going with Blended because they nerfed the crap out of Mixed Poison Imbuements. That jank got nerfed into oblivion. We're swapping out Victimize for Precision so that we can get better single target damage, which hopefully that works out in our advantage. And we're going with Caltrops, which we actually need one more point that we got to squeeze from somewhere. Yes. We don't need this one. This one is not necessary. We're not really interested in the damage of Caltrops, but we could put some points into it to decrease the cooldown. What am I missing? I know I'm missing something. I know I'm missing something. Let's change that to improved pen shot. I mean, honestly, debilitating toxins might be a good move here, just simply so that we don't have, because we do have survivability issues. I think debilitating toxins with a 15% less damage from enemies that are poisoned is a good move here. Which means we need to pull a little bit of points from somewhere else. Trying to think what we want to pull points from. Damage to vulnerable enemies, increased damage to healthy and injured enemies. That's actually pretty good. Keeping that one. This one is the multipliers for critical strike damage. And the multiplier for vulnerable, depending on whether you use crossbows or bows. I mean, both are definitely a decent single target increase, so we don't want to drop those. Do 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 do. I mean, we could drop some points out of Consuming Shadows. I don't know how much extra energy that's actually giving us. Do 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 do. Bum bada bum bada bum bada bum bada bum 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 bum. We could also drop Frigid Finesse. Now, although Frigid Finesse gives us a nice multiplier in damage versus chilled and frozen enemies, the main problem with this one is it doesn't actually help us versus the single target monsters. But I mean, we'd still be dropping damage, like, no matter what. I think we kind of need that since we're no longer going with Victimize. So I don't think we can drop that one either. We need that lucky hit chance. Cody. Stop, buddy. Okay? I'm going to hold you right here. I'm going to hold you. That's right. You're stuck and you can't get away now. Just sit right there and get petted. Get the pets. That's the pets right there. That's the pets. Pritch, 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 pritch. Pritch, 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 pritch. Mm-hmm. 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 I guess we really can't pull 2 points from nowhere, can we? I mean, at the end of the day, I guess I could just pull 2 points from here. Throw that in there for survivability reasons, and then I guess that's good enough. Or we could pull 1 from there. We don't really need the chilled enemies have their movement speed further reduced. So we could pull that 1 from there, put it in Frigid Finesse. So we still have 2 Frigid Finesse and 3 in the poison. Another thing we could do is we could roll Alchemical Advantage for the attack speed. I'm not really sure where we'd get the points for it. But I think that's pretty much it for the setup. You want to fight, Cody? Where's your alligator? I'm stealing him. Where's him at? I'm stealing this gator. That's my gator. Give him to me. I'm just trying to distract him. For 2 seconds of his life. All right, I think that's a pretty solid skill tree. I think we're good there. So let's go ahead and update that. My alligator. This gator is mine. Him's my gator. Him's my gator. What you gonna do about it? You gonna take him back? This is my gator. That's my gator. No, that's my gator. That's my gator. You want this gator? You want this gator? You want this gator? Get your feet down. Get your feet off of there. You want this gator? That's my gator. It's my gator. You want this gator? Mine. It's over here. You can have it. Uh-huh. What are you saying? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm messing with him. What are you talking about? Give me this gator. Give me this gator. This is my gator. That's my gator. Him gonna sit right there on my shoulders. No, him's gonna sit right here on my shoulders. No, this is my gator. No. No. I'm gonna throw him. You ready? 1, 2, go get him. That's right, Gatums. This is the Cody show, guys. This isn't a show on Diablo. This is just the Cody show. Hope you guys are aware of that. This is just the Cody show. Give me this gator and sit with me. All right, so a couple of changes that I want to make right away is we definitely need to work in the at least the Bane glyph. So, which one of these do we want to pull out? That's the question. Hmm. Hmm. All right, so control, that's definitely one that we're going to pull out. So let's pull control out of the equation. And we're going to put Bane. We're going to put Bane in its place. That's the one that gives us the double, which is what we're looking for. And then we need to make sure we've got the strength for it. Okay, that's... Didn't expect strength. Didn't expect a strength to did. I guess we'll grab this one here. Stop. You're being a brat. That's right, I said it, a brat. You're being a brat. Stop being a brat. Brat boy. Brat. Bratty brat. I call them names all the time. I think it's funny. He gets upset with me when I call him names, and I think it's hilarious. He's not thrilled. You see this? You see this, Gator? Gator gonna get you. Gator gonna get you. Beat you up. Beat you up. Beat you good, Gator. Beat you. Beat you. Beat you. Beat you. Give me this Gator. That's my Gator. You better give him to me. Just give me this Gator. Give me the Gator. Why you got such a good grip? Good grip. I'm gonna get your teeths. I'm gonna pull off a teeth. No, him's mine. Him gonna sit with me. Him's gonna sit with me right there. That's my Gators. No. Stop trying to steal my Gators. Stop. Stop. Gator thief, go. Gator thief. That's what him's is. A gator thief. Alright, what else we got in here? Non-physical damage increases all non-physical damage it takes from you by 1%. I think that one stays. This one is 20% increased chill effects. Yeah, let's remove that one. That one's not worth keeping. Alright, here we go. We could go with enemies affected by trap skills. I think, does caltrops count as a trap skill? I can't even remember. Does it technically count as a trap skill? The D4 season releases on the 23rd, which is basically 2 days away, or one day away, really, because we're already almost finished with this day. Physical damage increases the damage an enemy takes. Why does that number look wrong? What is that called? Chip? Let's look it up real quick. Get out of the way of my mouse. You're such a turd. You know how to be mean, too. I know you know how to be mean. I mean, it's a 10% times multiplier. It doesn't specifically say that it requires the damage to be physical. I will still be dealing physical damage. Apparently it lasts for 15 seconds, so chip doesn't sound terrible. I'm also going to be scaling crit damage. Do any of these have crit? Ah, this one has crits. For every 5 intelligence persons within range, you deal 6 to 30% increased critical strike damage. Okay, so precision is going to scale based off of critical strike damage. So that seems like a good one there. It says skills that critically strike restore 12% of their energy cost as well. So that could definitely be useful. That might also free up some points for us as well, depending on how well that works. But we need the intelligence for that. So let's pull the dex nodes. But we need intelligence and intelligence. That's only 19. One more. Put that one right there. We don't really need that. I think the only reason I even had that was specifically to get the dexterity that I needed, which I don't need anymore. Let's see. How can we do this cheaper? Cheaper. We need the cheaps. We need the cheaps. We need the cheapy cheaps that we can get. All the cheaps. Cheap. Like a little birdie. Cheap. 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 Alright, so that puts us 3 over. We'll have to pull some. Make sure everything is activated. Activated, activated, activated. It is a very fun build, actually. You run around basically annihilating entire rooms. The main thing that I'm trying to fix is the single target damage on the ability, which is why we're going to go with precision instead of victimize. I really do like victimize, though. I just wish it did more single target damage. Unfortunately, it just doesn't. It just doesn't have the single target damage output that it needs. We could pull that armor one right there. We don't necessarily need that 5% vulnerable or that 5% vulnerable. And that puts us in the green. What are we running as far as legendaries, though? Let's make sure we don't have any in here we don't want. Eldritch Bounty is when you attack with an imbued skill, you gain 3% maximum resistance and 20% increased damage for that imbuement's element for 9 seconds. That's fine. Cheap Shot, 5% increased damage for each nearby enemy that is crowd controlled. That's massive for us because we crowd control everything. I guess, honestly, probably let's just see what it is that we don't have, right? So just as a meme here, let's just put some points up here. I know we don't actually have these points, but let's just go ahead and do it anyway. It's not letting us go to the next Dujak. Hold on. I don't know what the trees are that we don't have, actually. We are using the Cunning Stratagem, Exploit Weakness, Eldritch Bounty, Cheap Shot, and Start. Let's allow illegal moves real quick. It's not letting me put another board. It's being rude to me. It's being rude to me. Rude to me. Boom, 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 boom. Rude to me. Boom, 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 boom. Rude to me. Boom, 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 boom. Here, hold on. Before we go messing up things, let's go ahead and update the build. And then let's refresh it. Let's go back to the Paragon tree. Cody, you're just going to keep going until you get what you want, aren't you? That's all that matters to you. Get what I want. Said, I'm going to get what I want, and you can't tell me I can't. I'm going to get what I want, and you can't tell me I can't. Your butthole is stinky, and you look like a turd. Okay. So we don't want Leyrana's Instincts because Leyrana's Instinct is Inner Sight. And that's not really what we're looking for. Deadly Ambush gives us a bonus if we have monsters affected by trap skills, which I don't think that Caltrops technically counts as a trap skill. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's not classified as a trap skill. No, it is. It is classified as a trap skill. Okay. Well. I mean, if that's the case, then that could further increase our single target damage as long as we have Caltrops up. It's a 22.5% increased critical strike damage multiplier to any enemy affected by my trap skills. So which one was I using? I don't even remember. Let's reload it because I had to delete one to check. So I was using Cunning Stratagem, which is your non-damage combo point bonuses are increased. Okay, that's not really needed. So we could redo this one. What are we using? We're using combat here. Let's go ahead and undo this board. In fact, let's just delete the board. Let's add in the deadly ambush one. And let's go for the node. Let's put the combat node back in. The goal of this is to increase our single target, not our AoE. Our AoE is already fine. We're basically just going to utilize the caltrops to get extra damage. It already gives us a nice multiplier of like 45%, and then this will give us an additional multiplier on our critical strike damage of 22.5%. Precision is also building off of critical strike damage, so we'll have to stack as much critical strike damage as we can, basically getting as much critical strike in the mix as possible. Let's see here. Engineering, what is it? This one's intelligence. So both of the intelligence nodes, and then this one over here is damage reduction from enemies affected by traps, which was really going to help us out very much. I mean, caltrops is nice, but it's not going to be like that ridiculously effective as far as damage reduction goes. Let's grab that one too. We got a lot of dex nodes here. Could probably rework the way that this is coming in so that we can get access to these two intelligence nodes over here, because it's all intelligence. And then we got two intelligence nodes up here we can grab. We kind of want to max out these because this is critical strike damage, and that's how we're getting our multiplier right now. So any intelligence we can get. Man, we saved a whole lot of freaking points by deleting that other board, didn't we? Poison resistance, trap skill damage, not interested, armor, trap skill cooldown. I think we're already golden there. So we can use these points somewhere else. We can grab back some non-physical damage. That's an additive multiplier, but it's still something. We also got these vulnerable damage nodes here that we can tack on. What is this? Intelligence. So we can snag that one. And there's two intelligence nodes down here. We might have just enough to grab both of them. Yep. And that'll bring us up to 44 to 25 intelligence, increase our non-physical damage pretty heavily. Yeah, I like that a little bit better. And then the deadly ambush with the caltrops, that works out pretty well. All right, and then we go into the notes. Quick strike damage is pretty much the main thing you stack here. The video is that's the old video. It should work out pretty well, actually. I mean, gear is going to be pretty much this. I mean, you could try maybe and replace the Shearer's Kanjar. One thing I was thinking though is that with this Paragon thing that restores, because we had to go with it because it literally gave us the multiplier that we needed, which is this one. Combat gives us the chance to restore, or not even the chance, it's critically strike. Skills that critically strike restore 12% of their energy cost. So we can basically get most of our energy back through pen shots by critting, and we'll crit the majority of the time. So we can get a little bit of our energy back that way. Which is why I was thinking that we could potentially... we have two ways to restore energy here on the tree. One is the shadow imbuement, consuming shadows. So each time you kill an enemy that has shadow damage, you generate 30 energy. And then this one over here, which is the innervation, is lucky hit up to a 30% chance to gain 8 energy. I think this one is better than this one because this one requires that the enemies die, and this one is just like a lucky hit chance that constantly can be active. So if we wanted to pull a couple points from here, or maybe from here, if that restoring spirit thing actually works out to our advantage, we could maybe dump a couple more points in something else like alchemical advantage. And I was thinking that if we had 3 points in alchemical advantage for the 15% increased attack speed, we might not necessarily need a Shearer's Kanjar, but it's not really 100% sure which one it's going to end up. I guess we're going to have to find out. I mean, overall, I think that build's pretty much done too. Let me take Cody downstairs to his mama because he's being a brat. And then we are going to work on, I think, one more build. Which is kind of a weird one, but to see how we could potentially do a charge barbarian. So the charge barbarian, they beefed up charge ridiculously, and they also added kind of like massive amounts of damage to it, just like flat damage to the ability. So we can try and see how we could potentially set up a charge barbarian. The interesting thing about the charge barbarian is that it also functions with the explosion. There's also that crazy aspect that kind of like makes it so that the charge hits like turns into a wall of linebackers, which is kind of interesting. So we'll have to play around with like that. I definitely think we'll use the wall of linebackers, and then we'll probably also utilize the exploding aspect in it as well. I'll have to like theorycraft a little bit in my head here as I'm considering options. Cody, give me like 2 seconds. We're about to go downstairs. You can't even wait, okay? I'm literally trying to... All right, I'll be right back, and then we're going to start on this this charge barbarian. Freaking poopy butt face Cody. Here, you guys can have some music while I'm gone. I shouldn't be gone very long. Let's see. Bink. And bink. It's like 2 degrees out there. I made myself a hot pocket while I was down there. Getting a little peckish. Been streaming for 5 hours. Talking about Theorycrafts. Alright. Let's get started in the next Theorycraft, shall we? Okay, so with the Charge Barbarian, there's a lot of interesting things that you can potentially do. First off, we need to talk about the ridiculous explosion doojank. It's called the Brawlers aspect, and it basically makes it so that if you kick or charge an enemy, it doesn't matter if you kill them or not. If you hit them with kick or charge, and they are killed within 2 seconds, so anything can finish them off, they explode, dealing massive amounts of damage around them. Okay? Charge might as well take advantage of this. The amount of damage that it does actually goes up a lot depending on like what you do. Seem to be missing. Oh, there's the essential. Oh, I reloaded the. Dang it! It's not giving me the option for the construct. Let's go back to the build planner. Change the Sorceress. Change the Barbarian. Construct. Alright, so Brawler's aspect is probably going to be a must. Either on a 1 amulet or maybe even a 2-hander. I think it might be best on a 2-hander. I'm not entirely sure. I feel like this one definitely could be good on a 2-hander. It really depends on how we want to set this thing up. But charge does like massive amounts of damage now. Like 900% increase, wasn't it? There's also this other one, this one, aspect of the Ancestral Charge. So this one calls forth 4 Ancients who also charge, dealing anywhere between 75% to 125% of normal damage. So these Ancients that get summoned forth can literally multiply your damage by 5. So 4 Ancients plus your own ability, so that's a 5 times multiplier right there. Just whatever your damage is on charge, that's just a 5 times multiplier. So there's absolutely no way you're going to build a charge Barbarian without, most likely, at the very least, this aspect. Now, there are some other aspects that deal with charge, but from what I understand, they've all got nerfed. This one here, which is each time a core skill deals direct damage to an enemy, your next charge or leap deals, like an increased multiplier up to another multiplier. That one got nerfed into the dirt. No longer does anywhere near the amount that says. That was actually in the patch notes. We can find some of those changes, but they're pretty rough. I mean, they absolutely annihilated a lot of the charge aspects because they basically just passed a lot of that power that was on the aspects directly to the abilities, to the charge ability. There's the charge change right there. 900%. Freaking absolutely ridiculous. I mean, as you can see, they went from 125 to 30. They went from 300 to 40. From 20% per stack to 8% per stack. Like, these might not even be worth using anymore, to be perfectly honest. I'm not really sure they're actually worth using with the chargeability now. You're probably going to get better damage if you just go with like an offensive aspect, something that might increase the damage in a better way. I'm having trouble figuring out exactly how you would want to build this. Charge isn't exactly a main ability, it's a cooldown skill. One of the issues with that is that, well, I mean, yeah, it's a nice ability and it does lots of damage now. It also resets cooldown relatively well. It can be used to add vulnerability, but it's not going to be the main ability that you're going to use. I also don't think a lot of the overpower stuff applies to charge either, which could be an issue. I tried to get overpower stuff to apply to kick, and I was unable to get that to work. I mean, there's other issues here, like obviously Hoda's been knocked down a pretty big notch. So using Hoda as your main ability, probably not the best idea this season. Overpower in general got knocked down a pretty big amount. I'm not exactly sure how well, honestly, Hoda or Upheaval is really going to work. But with the way that the explosions work, from, you know, like you have to kill the monster within 2 seconds, you definitely want something that's going to hit hard. It also knocks them back, which is another issue, because knocking them back means that they're not going to be nice and tightly clustered for you to hit it all in one attack, which it's a little bit difficult too. I'm not sure. Barbarian might be a little rough this season. I'm not exactly sure what the Barbarians need to be going for this season. I mean, damage-wise, Overpower got basically, like, cut by 75%, if you guys are unaware. They did a lot of changes to Overpower. First off, right here, Overpower used to give you 1%, or it used to give you 2% per 1% of your base life if you haven't Fortify. Now it only gives you 1%. And then over attack powers now gain only 1% instead of 2% of your base life from your bonus above your base life. So like they basically halved the overpower damage here. They also cut the overpower damage from brute force from 15 to 8% per rank. And I mean, honestly, kind of just like completely annihilated overpower. My general guesstimate on overpower this season, it's going to be about 75% of what it was before. So if you were hitting for, say, 10 million, just as an example, you're probably only going to be hitting for like 2.5 million this season with the same setup. On top of that, we're also missing the vampiric powers, which I'm not really sure how that's going to work either. That might not be the most amazing thing either. I mean, Hoda might still work. It's definitely not going to be as overpowered as it was this season, pun intended. But it will be there. Upheaval might still work decently. I mean, double swing always kind of worked okay, but it's not really my favorite skill. Whirlwind has problems that it doesn't overpower at all. Maybe Whirlwind might be a good option this season, since Overpower has been has been made underpowered now. I wonder what other people are building this season. I don't usually do this, but let's take a look. Let's go over to the community builds. Let's go to most recent, and then a Barbarian. 2 days ago, Bleed Rupture, Season 2. We're into Season 3 now. Come on, guys. Yeah, all these builds are old. I guess I could take a look at a couple other websites. See what other builds people are running. Double swing, death blow. There's a Hoda Barbarian in there. I feel like all these are old. They look like older builds. Well, no help there. I'm not really sure. I mean, honestly, the thing about charge is that you could set it up any way you want to. Like, you don't necessarily have to use any specific skill. It would be in tandem with something else. But the big issues is that a lot of the basic builds might not be as viable this season because we're missing the vampiric powers. As an example, my Frenzy build probably doesn't hit anywhere near as hard without the Moonrise power, which the Moonrise power is the one that gives you like that big multiplier on your basic skills. I don't know. Double swing, it might be a really fun one this season. The real thing is that, well, let me just throw some points in here. If you're going to use charge, you're probably going to be using Berserk, just as an example. So let's go ahead and grab Taunt. I feel like Taunt is a really good one for this. And then we most likely would still be grabbing Martial Vigor for the damage reduction versus elites. The maximum life, probably going to need all that, to be honest. That brings us down to charge. So we cap out charge. We probably go with the cooldown reduction if we're actually going to build charge because we want to spam it. If we're going to build charge, we're probably also going to build just in general because we want to spam it. We'll probably also grab Battle Fervor, which is brawling skills that damage at least one enemy, gain berserking for 3 seconds. So every time we spam charge, we'll get 3 seconds of berserking, which is pretty much a no-brainer. And then we can grab the damage reduction while berserking as well, which, again, pretty much a no-brainer. There is that one aspect that works really well, I think, between brawling and the hell are these? This is brawling, and this is can't remember the name of the tree. Is it mastery? Is it considered mastery? Just like in Diablo, just like in the Sorceress, it's the mastery tree. I think there's an aspect that actually might work between these two. Let's take a look real quick. I think if I search for mastery, your weapon mastery skills have an additional charge. Lucky hit, damage the enemy with a weapon mastery skill. Oh, that's not that one. Not that one either. Let's take a look at brawling. That's not this one either. I can't remember which aspect it is. There's an aspect that like makes it so that every single time you use basically like a brawling skill or a mastery skill, it beefs up the opposite one. Could be an interesting to set up, say maybe like a death blow setup. I think the main problem here is that building around charge specifically is a lot more difficult than it seems. We got the ground stomp, earthquakes. Not really sure earthquakes are a good move with a knockback skill, so I think the earthquakes are pretty much out. I probably wouldn't use those with that setup. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Hmm. That new Juggernauts aspect, but your evade cooldown goes up by 100%. So you can run two stacking armor buffs. Yeah, I don't really know. I can't really find the one I'm looking for. Either that or it doesn't exist. I don't really got a lot of inspiration here for the Barbarian this season. I mean, looking at the patch notes, they increased the berserking damage bonus from unconstrained, which could be good to go with the unconstrained. Gushing Wounds got a buff too, but honestly, Gushing Wounds has never really worked all that effectively. It's been kind of terrible. Even when Overpower was overpowered, it really didn't do like the most amazing damage. There's just something wrong about the way the ability works. It focuses too much on critical strike damage for bleeds, and bleeds are not affected by critical strike damage, which is a huge issue. They beefed up Walking Arsenal by quite a bit, which could make it interesting to go for like a multi-weapon setup. I mean, what did they do for the Barbarian that was good besides charge? Like, I'm trying to figure it out. And I guess Rend. They added the Ring of the Ravenous. Rend's duration is increased by 4 seconds. Damaging enemies with brawling skills applies 2 stacks of Rend's bleed. Maybe that could be a good way to go. We'll try a Rend build. Not really sure how powerful a Rend build is going to be. But we could try setting one up with this new ring. Maybe combine the two. I mean, a knockback with a bleed doesn't exactly sound like a bad combination. So what if we did, we'll have to move one of these. I think this one probably needs to go on a two-hander. The Ancestral Charge. Let's go ahead and throw Ancestral Charge on a two-hander. With the ring. The new ring, the Ring of the Ravenous, which is the bleed spammer. The Brawler's aspect can stay right there. There's no problem with that. If we put that one on a two-hander, it will increase the explosion damage pretty well. But since we're running a bleed build, we're probably going to need those other aspects for bleed aspects. So let's set this up as a Rend build real quick. We can make this happen. So let's go ahead and throw 5 in Rend. We're probably going to grab the one that makes it so that you refund the Fury. It basically makes it so you can spam it, which is perfectly usable. If we're going to go with bleeds, we need to go with Flay. And most likely this one. We could go with this one for damage reduction, depending on whether we go with a damage reduction build or not. At this point, let's pull these for the time being because we might need them somewhere else. So we got the maxed out charge. which is going to give us a huge amount of damage there in AoE. We're also going to get the explosion, which is going to be pretty powerful. If we're going with bleeds, we need 3 and cut to the bone, which is just like mandatory at this point. We might want something to pull them in as well, which certainly wouldn't hurt. I honestly don't think running Gushing Wounds is really worthwhile. Every single time I've tried it, I just kind of feel like it just doesn't really live up to the expectation. So we might be better off just going like Wrath of the Berserker and Unconstrained for the Berserk damage bonus, and then go for the Berserk multiplier to increase the bleed damage that way, which would probably be better than running this one. The reason why this one doesn't really work very well is because you have to stack as much critical strike damage bonus as you can to really make this hit hard. And none of that critical strike damage bonus affects your bleeds. None of it. Not a single bit of it. So you're literally stacking critical strike damage bonus to help your, you know, like your Gushing Wounds, but then you don't get any of that on the actual bleeds. And then you get, in return, you get an overpower bleed, which is like a bleed explosion. And it's interesting. I mean, the way that it works is it kind of increases the bleed damage when you have your critical strike chance really high. The overpower explosion is really where most of the damage comes from, but it's, I think honestly you're still probably better off just using this instead of this, because you get what is it now? They'd increased it by from 60 to 100%. So the berserking damage bonus from Unconstrained goes from 60 to 100 now. And then as long as you're spamming charge, you're going to have basically infinite berserking there, because the battle fervor gives you 3 seconds every single time you use charge. And we can work on trying to get that cooldown as low as possible, which if we're going to spam it, we definitely want to get the cooldown as low as possible. We still, you know, might build some critical strike damage and things like that. It's not like we're not going to, but I just feel like it's better over here than over here. I mean, we get 115% critical strike damage bonus to our bleed. So when causing an enemy to bleed, you have a chance equal to your critical strike chance to increase the bleed amount by 115% of your critical strike damage. This over here also gives you a huge bonus to damage of 100%, which is going to apply to everything, including your bleeds, when they're applied. Because any multipliers that you have that are like global, like berserking, should technically still apply to your bleeds anyway. So I don't really think this even outperforms this, except for the overpower explosion, which I don't really know. And then, of course, you can also get the Wrath of the Berserker ones, too, which they got the multiplier there as well. And then you have basically permanent uptime for Wrath of the Berserker. So we're probably looking at something like Flay, or sorry, hold on, Flay over here. Rend there. And then on top of that, we've got our Wrath of the Berserker. Charge, which is going to be one of our main spamming abilities, pretty much bar none. And then on top of that, I mean, we could also go, obviously, with, we have a defensive cooldown, which is our taunt. Where's our taunt at? Challenging Shout. So we're running Challenging Shout for the taunt. And we could run another defensive, or we could go with something else. I mean, Rupture, since we're bleeding, might be a good choice. They've definitely done a lot of work to Rupture, made it a hell of a lot better. And then from here, I mean, Expertise, I believe, what is it? Two-handed Sword, which we're going to be using anyway, so the majority of our attacks are going to be with a two-handed sword. Rend is going to use the two-handed sword. Flay is going to use the two-handed sword. We got Vulnerable from Flay, which I'm pretty sure, yeah, it has a like a 30% chance to make the enemy vulnerable from Flay. So we should be pretty good from vulnerable attempts there, as long as we're losing the two-handed weapon, which is why we're going to use the two-handed sword. The Rupture is also going to use the two-handed sword. this is the only one I think that can use any weapon. So we're pretty much always set for bleeds at pretty much any point. So I think it's probably, what, the two-handed axe for expertise for the vulnerable damage increase. I'm literally just piecing this character together as I go along. Alright, so Rupture, I mean, if we're going to go with Rupture, which it seems like it's a good idea if we're running bleeds, we probably want to go with the attack speed, 40% attack speed for 5 seconds, and then stack that to bring down the cooldown so we can use it whenever we want to. We want Pit Fighter, which is the 9% increased damage to closed enemies. No Mercy's not really all that amazing. We don't really need Exposed Vulnerability. It's not a necessity. But if we did use Exposed Vulnerability, it would give us basically permanent uptime on vulnerability, because Rend can actually increase the vulnerable time of any monster by 2 seconds. So you'd basically use Rupture and then immediately hit Rend, and then Rend would make them vulnerable, and then you could also extend that vulnerability. I'm not really sure if it's needed, though. We probably need some fortifications, so let's grab we want counteroffensive, and we definitely want defensive stance. Those are both really good. We might max out thick skin. It depends. We really haven't chosen a last ability. Oh no, we did, so we got Rupture. All right, so we're set for that then. I was thinking about steel grasp and pull everything in, but the real problem with this build is that, well, if you're using charge, you're going to be knocking everything away anyway all the time. So it might not necessarily be the best idea to have like a bunch of pull-ins, especially when you're just going to be scattering stuff all the time anyway. It kind of sucks not to have a pull-in though. We're not using one-handed weapons, so we don't need that. I don't believe we need increased maximum fury. Not on this build anyway. Rend doesn't need it. Charge doesn't need it. Rupture doesn't need it. But we still might want Invigorating Fury, which is the one that gives you the heals for every 100 fury spent. It's just a way that you can add sustain into your build. We're not going to have the Undying Power this season, so there's going to be some issues with sustain. We could go with heavy-handed for the critical strike damage bonus, but I mean, it would help charge, but not necessarily anything else. I mean, at this point, it's really down to defensive mechanics, I think. Like building up HP, grabbing martial vigor. I think imposing presence HP is probably one of the better ones. Okay. Now that we have an actual build spec, I'm still not entirely sold on Fields of Crimson. It's decent. I still think there's better options. Maybe Grandfather, for instance, if you can get your hands on one of those. I still think Grandfather might be a better option even for a bleed Barbarian. It's a decent little choice if you're running Rupture. So I guess it's kind of like a no-brainer to throw that in there. Although you might be better off with something else. I'm not really sure. For the other aspects, I'm trying to remember here. There's a couple really good ones for stuff like this. First off, we definitely want Skull Breakers. which I would highly recommend. Skullbreakers gives us basically a chance to dish out our bleeding damage as physical damage directly to the target anytime we stun a bleeding enemy. And there is the aspect of anemia, which I do believe is boots, which gives us a 20 to 30% chance to stun any enemy that we attack with direct damage that is bleeding. So if the monster is bleeding and we hit them with a direct damage attack, we can stun them, which basically gives us a free Skullbreakers. So every single time aspect of anemia spawns, we get the Skullbreakers effect. Another way that we could potentially do it, instead of doing aspect of anemia, is to do the one of Audacity, which Audacity gives us a stun once every 20 seconds to all enemies around us within a circle if there's 5 or more enemies near us. This one could potentially be more AoE than this one, and I think you can use Aspect of Anemia and this one together if you wanted to double up. But I think Anemia is probably better in the long haul, especially versus bosses and stuff like that. Defensively, we're probably better off with Tibolts, just simply because it's offense and defense at the same time. We get the damage reduction from close. We get the maximum resource, which we don't really need the maximum resource, but the 40% increased damage while unstoppable will trigger whenever we use our Wrath of the Berserker and our charge. So our charge also makes us unstoppable. And since we're going to be spamming charge, we should be pretty much unstoppable most of the time. So not taking advantage of Tibolts here, I think, would be a mistake. Just simply because Tibolts is so ridiculous in the way that it functions. That 40% multiplier is big, and as you can see here, we've got unstoppable Wrath of the Berserker, we've got unstoppable with charge, and the only one that doesn't make us unstoppable is challenging shout. But we've got two ways that we can become constantly unstoppable, and if you utilize them properly, my assumption would be that you could pretty much maintain permanent unstoppable state. I mean, this one is 13.6 seconds on cooldown, and we could focus on some cooldown reduction equipment as well to bring that down even lower. And then this one, of course, is 60 seconds, which there are some ways you can bring down the cooldown of that as well. Would explore some of those options. Pain Gorgers. So this is the new unique, and I was actually really interested in this because damaging enemies with a non-basic skill marks them for 3 seconds, and when a basic skill first hit a marked enemy, the basic skill's damage is echoed to all marked enemies, dealing 100 to 200% increased damage. So the reason why I was thinking about this is because, first off, Charge is an AoE ability, okay? It hits everything on the screen. If you have the aspect of the Ancestral Charge. It hits everything on the screen if you have that. When you hit enemies with a non-basic skill, it marks them for 3 seconds, and then when you hit them with a basic skill, it immediately causes all that damage that you hit with the basic skill to hit every single target, dealing 200% increased damage, right? So here's what I'm thinking. You use Pain Gorgers with this. You use your charge ability. Charge hits the entire screen and marks everything. And then you hit the next target with your basic attack, which is, in this case, Flay. Flay is your basic attack. And then Flay actually does a pretty decent bleed over 5 seconds. It's actually not bad at all. Flay then hits the entire screen, okay? Because that's how this ability works, is it basically makes it so that Flay hits every single monster that's marked. Well, Flay also has a secondary effect, which is that when it hits a target, it increases the bleed damage of all bleeds on that target for times 10% for 3 seconds. So any bleed damage that you deal to all of those targets will get multiplied by that times 10% multiplier that Flay is applying. And it could just be a really interesting way to apply not only that bleed multiplier to everything on the screen, but also get the most out of Charge, which can literally hit the entire screen. I mean, I'm not really 100% sure if that's the best option here, but it's a fun one. It could be interesting to play around with that and see how that works. Let's see here. What else do we need? This one's probably a good one, which is after spending 100 Fury, your next weapon mastery skill deals 100% increased damage. The reason why this would work out so well is because you're going to rend, right? And then once you rupture, this is going to give you a really nice high damage rupture, basically, is what this is going to do. So it's going to take that rupture and it's going to make it hit a lot harder. Which one of these do we want to put on the amulet is the question. And then from there, what do we want to do with the last aspect? I mean, Vanished Lord's Talisman for the overpower doesn't really help us on the bleed builds. The bleed build. I do like the Iron Blood aspect. And defensively, we are a little shy because we're using 2 uniques. Yeah, it might not necessarily be a bad idea to roll that on the amulet if it goes up. I don't remember if that one increases, though, when it's thrown on an amulet. We might have to actually check that one in-game. Let me go check this one real quick and see if it actually goes up while it's on the amulet. The Barbarian doesn't really need Disobedience on the amulet, though. He can hit the armor cap without it. I've personally seen the Barbarian hit the armor cap without Disobedience aspect at all. I don't even know why you would go that way. I mean, I can understand that for the like the Sorceress and like some of the other characters that have trouble with it, but not the Barbarian. The Barbarian doesn't really need it. Let me see if I've got that aspect. I know I have the bleeding aspect in here. I just want to see if that damage reduction actually goes up on the amulet. If it doesn't, then it's not even worth it. Yeah, here's one right here. Let's go ahead and extract this and then try to put it onto an amulet. We've got a rupture there too. We're probably gonna want to grab the rupture one. Some aspects don't actually increase properly when it comes to certain things. Like for instance, when you try to put a an aspect on the item, like what is actually increasing? That's the question. With this particular case, we got 4% damage and 20% cap. Well, if it increases the percent damage but not the cap, then it might not be useful. So we're gonna rip this off real quick. I'm gonna put it on this amulet. I'm just gonna put it in the window. And we're gonna see. So it does go up to 30%. So 30% damage reduction for each nearby bleeding enemy. Then that actually might be the best avenue. Then grab the Iron Blood aspect. That'll give us a 30% damage reduction, which will make up for the fact that we're using Tybalt's Will, which is not giving us the best damage reduction that we could possibly get. We get a lot of DR from Aspect of Might as well, so might as well throw an Aspect of Might on here. And then, honestly, we probably would be good with Tusk Helm of Jorrits the Mighty. I'm not sure. Tusk Helm is actually really nice. Trying to think here. I actually have really fallen in love with Aspect of the Crowded Sage, too. That's actually a surprisingly good aspect, and did never really... Like, when I first looked at it, saw it in its highest form and all that other stuff, I kind of got an idea of what it was capable of, but then I really started to realize what it was capable of. If you get a really good one and you throw it on a character, it's a lot better than you might think. A lot better. All right, so Iron Blood aspect is only going to be good if everything's bleeding, right? So what I was thinking was is we could set up a set up our little guy here. In fact, let's go grab this. Wait, hold on. Dash, probably this, and we actually that's one thing I forgot to do was set up fortification on this guy. He does need a fortification method. We could solve that through the Paragon board, though. There is that really nice Paragon board. It's Warbringer. For every 75 Fury that you spend, gain 15% of your maximum life as Fortify. We could use that for our fortification method. We'll consider that. So, my little boy here, what is he going to do for me? I mean, we kind of want him to make everything bleed, right? Like, that's the general gist of it, right? So we do, like, Whirlwind. We grab bleeding support, which is going to make part of the abilities affect bleed. Probably the voluminous, so he hits more targets, so everything on the screen is bleeding. Yep, we could also get some fortify that way as well through the spider, which certainly wouldn't be terrible. I'd be interested to see how well the fortification works through the spider. Honestly, it'd probably be nice to have a taunt here. And I was really thinking about some extra damage output. I'm not really sure. This Firefly one does seem rather interesting, though. What if we just turned him into a melee? I mean, honestly, having another melee with us in the middle of combat certainly wouldn't be terrible. Bushwhack. Let's use a bushwhack, and then let's grab the, where is it? I like the registered damage. I want to see how well that works out. And we could do like fortify. There's a couple other things we could throw in there. I mean, we can even grab like the said damage reduction. It's not really that big of a deal. Bink. I'm gonna copy this one into the description too. We haven't really set up his Paragon board. at all. Let's go check his Paragon board. Boneblaker Blood Rage. Killing an enemy. A bleeding enemy has 10% chance to grant berserking for 5 seconds. Your damage bonus, or damage is increased by times 25% of your... Yeah, we definitely want Blood Rage. We're going with the berserking, so... Do, 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 do. I think Blood Rage is definitely a good start. Because we're going to be stacking the berserking bonus. And then we get the damage to bleeding enemies and all that stuff, so we're definitely going to stack that too. Boom, boom, boom. A lot of damage to bleeding enemies there. Damage to bleeding enemies there. Damage reduction for bleeding enemies. I like that. If we're scaling Berserk, we're definitely going to need Ire, which is the one that gives us the scaling Berserk damage. So, maybe not the best place for it, but basically just stack it here. We're probably going to pull as much strength as we can. So, in this particular case, let's go ahead and zoom in on this so we can see it better. We're probably going to grab every single strength node within range. The reason why we're doing this is because this scales berserking, and berserking scales our damage, so we're going to just keep boofing that up. Let's go ahead and grab this bleeding down here as well. While berserking critical strikes, increase your attack speed by 2%. Man, it would be nice to have faster attack speed so we can bleed faster. See what else is on the list, though. So hemorrhage is another way that we can stack damage. That's the one that increases our bleeds based on our vulnerable percentage. So when it comes to hemorrhage, what's this one? Physical damage over time. And this one is physical damage over time too, right? Yes, it is. Alright, now we need vulnerable damage. Which this one gives us increased damage to vulnerable targets, which will help us scale the hemorrhage ability. This way we're scaling it with this rune, and we're scaling it with the Blood Rage, and then we're also scaling vulnerable as well, which is what we need. So exploit scales with dexterity, so we want to go ahead and grab the dex nodes. These are damage over time nodes anyway, so we're grabbing all those. And then this one is damage reduction from bleeding, so we're going to grab those as well. Damage reduction from bleeding definitely is helpful for our character. And I think that's all the dex nodes within range. We can pull that strength node. That gives us 39 dex within range and increases our damage versus vulnerable. So our two main stats basically are going to be damage from berserking and damage from vulnerable. Those are our two main stats for this character. You're going to stack those as much as you possibly can on basically every piece of equipment, because those are our two main scaling multipliers. And then over here, I'm sure we can come up with some more doojinks. Let's see what we have for bleeds. We've got Blood Feeder, which is 5% critical strike chance against bleeding enemies. Disembowel, killing a bleeding enemy has a 10% chance to reduce your cooldowns of your non-ultimate active cooldowns by 1 second. So this could be very useful. The reason why is because this will have a very strong impact on our ability to spam charge, which is one of the things that we were trying to accomplish. So we're going to use this to spam charge, basically. So we're going to go ahead and tack those 2 willpower nodes there. And we might as well grab this physical damage node here while we're at it. And I think we need one more. We do. We need one more, which is down here. I hate it when they're down here. At least that gets us close to this node in case we want to put some points in that if we need to. Now, we don't necessarily need all the additive bleeding damage bonus because we don't have any multiplier for that. But we do have 2 more here if we wanted to exploit that. Where is my closest next board? Looks like right here. Each time you make an enemy vulnerable, your damage is increased by 10% times for 5 seconds. Overpowering a vulnerable enemy grants an additional 10% bonus for 5 seconds. That seems like it could be very useful. Overpowering is not, like, we're not building for overpower, but our character will overpower. Like, it's something that will happen, and when it happens, we'll get the additional bonus, so that doesn't seem bad at all. Warbringer doesn't seem bad either, but I'm not entirely sure we want to build the Warbringer board. So it could be an interesting one. Flawless Technique is mainly for one-handed weapons, so that's not really for us. So it really comes down to Warbringer, Decimator, and Carnage. Those are the 3 ones. I think Decimator is probably going to give us more damage overall than some of the others. So if we went with this one, and this one does have 2-handed slashing weapons, which is good. So we're going to go ahead and snag that. We'll pop up here. And let's see if we've got anything that has charge or lists brawling skills. So we've got just brawl. Brawling skills deal 18 times % increased damage. Paragon nodes within range, bonus to their physical damage and physical damage reduction modifiers. Okay. So what do we got within range of this one? Damage reduction while vulnerable, and 10% increased vulnerable damage. Could there be a better place we could throw this? Probably right here. Looks to me like this one would be better off here. Because this has physical damage reduction, or damage over time, which this would increase. And then physical damage reduction, it should also increase that. This one doesn't seem like it would get increased because it's just vulnerable damage, although I'm not entirely sure. We could probably swap these. Let's just swap this to ambidextrous for the moment. Brawl. Exploits. Brawl is willpower, not dexterity. Okay. And well, we don't really need to grab everything. I think, well, that's just enough. Okay, good. Just enough. We could probably scrap that one and grab that one instead. Okay. And then this one up here, we need all the dexterity nodes. So we've got damage reduction from vulnerable, which is certainly not terrible, and that gets us 2 dex nodes there. And then we've got our 2 dex nodes here, which we definitely still need, and then we can grab these 2 down here. And that caps us out at 34. Can't get any more. Okay. Still get our damage reduction from vulnerable. We could also grab the vulnerable damage while we're here. And then at this point, we need, which one was that one? Was that one Decimator? That was Decimator. It looks like our shortest is here. Yeah, it's here. Now it comes down to, I think Carnage is a good choice for us because it's going to increase our attack speed while we're berserking, which we're going to need. Let's go ahead and flip this one. Now this has the damage while berserking modifiers on it, which we kind of need like all of them, because every damage while berserking that we can get, it gives us an increased multiplier. So we're going to snag this one on the way. And we're going to grab, we don't need berserking duration. Scrap berserking duration, that's fine. Damage reduction from close, we'll take that. The Blood Feeder. I'm not sure we really need the increased critical strike damage versus bleeding enemies, but it does have an additive bonus of increased damage to bleeding targets, which I guess could be useful. We already have the berserking bonus. We already have the vulnerable bonus. I mean, we could also go with a fortification bonus. I think maybe Blood Feeder is just about the best we can do. We definitely need all the damage from berserking that we can get. If we're going to stack berserking, then we have to stack pretty much all the berserking modifiers. And then at this point, we need access to Carnage, which is going to pull a pretty large amount of our points. And then from here, I'm not even sure if we can get access to the last one we need, which would be Warbringer. What is our closest to the next node? I mean, that's pretty far away. That's pretty far away. Everything. I've been pretty stingy with points, so a lot of these are just really far away from the next node. And ain't no way they're gonna make it. What is that? 3, 6, 9, 10, 11. That's 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 11 that way, too. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's like 8. That's the shortest that we got right there, and that's still too much. I mean, if we need to bring in the Warbringer for the Fortify, then we can totally do that. It's not outside of the realm of possibility. We can pull a couple points here or there to make that work. Damage versus berserking. We got damage while berserking over here. Oh, we never did grab the Blood Rage frickin' glyph. Well, that would explain why we have so much extra then. So we're going to have to pull a little bit of this from somewhere. We don't need that 50 armor. Oh, no, we do because it connects it. Never mind. It connects the dots. La la la. We can drop that physical damage, and we can drop that physical damage. We don't need the physical damage specifically. We can drop the damage to elites. But by doing that, we also drop 1 damage for bleeding, which kind of sucks. Oh, we're shy 1 dexterity over here. Well, that's great. Alright, we can drop a couple dexterity here. However many it takes to bring us back into the fold. Can't drop that many. We can drop 1. So that still leaves 2 more points that we've got to recover somewhere. We don't need that potion healing. We don't need that 2% maximum life. And that finishes it. Good old beautiful Paragon board. I really wish the Sensual would save. I'm going to have to go back and update all these with Sensuals. Let's go ahead and update this build. I mean, overall, I think this build will work just fine. The general gameplay loop involves spamming spamming Flay to build resource, then spamming Rend to build bleeds. Once you have your bleeds maxed out, you spam Rupture to cause lots of damage. You can pretty much just hit charge constantly. I mean, it's not going to have really much effect. You're just going to spam charge. This really kind of like makes things interesting is the Pain Gorger's Gauntlets, which is every time that you hit charge, you're going to immediately hit your Rend, and it's going to hit, the Rend is literally going to hit the entire screen. Rend actually has a, or sorry, not Rend, sorry, Flay. You're going to hit your Flay, and Flay's going to hit the entire screen. Flay actually has a pretty nice bleed, and it stacks very well. So if you did it right, you could potentially just massive bleeding mayhem to the entire screen. It should work out pretty well. I mean, it's basically your standard bleed Barbarian, using Berserk instead of Gushing Wounds. Running the new unique Pain Gorger Gauntlets, the new unique Ring of the Ravenous, which gives a pretty huge bonus for the Rend. Also stacking your Rend. So the interesting thing here is that every time you hit with charge, you're going to apply 2 stacks of Rend's Bleed with the Ring of the Ravenous, because it basically sets it up so that with brawling skills, every time you hit an enemy with your brawling skill, you're going to apply 2 stacks of your Rend's Bleed, and the effect can only occur once every 4 seconds per enemy. So basically you'll spam charge, and charge will also apply your Rend Bleeds to the targets. And since we're using the aspect of the Ancestral Charge, we should be able to make, like the entire screen bleed with basically 1 button push. And then after you hit them with the Ancestral Charge, they will all be marked by the Pain Gorger's Gauntlets. And then when you use your Flay, you will hit them all again and add another stack of bleed to them as well. So you should be able to theoretically make the entire screen bleed with 3 different stacks of bleeds within basically 2 button pushes. So how it would work is you press charge, they all bleed, and they're marked. You press Flay, and then they all bleed again. And then it's 2 stacks of Rend's Bleed, so that's 3 total stacks of bleeds on all of the targets that are hit by the charge, which means they should all basically just be melting away at that point. And that's, of course, not assuming that you killed them, because we also are using the... where is you be? The Brawler's aspect, which makes them explode if they die within 2 seconds, right? So if your bleeds happen to kill them within 2 seconds, which is likely when you have 3 stacks of bleeds on them, if they die through at least 2 seconds after you charge them, they will all explode, dishing out massive amounts of damage to everything nearby as well. So it should make for a very pleasant and very pleasing gameplay loop of basically just, spamming Flay until you can Rend, spamming Rend, hitting charge, and then as soon as you hit charge, hit Flay again, and then you can tap your Rupture and you can hit whatever targets are nearby with your Rupture to rip the bleeds off. For your single target, you would be basically just spamming Flay and Rend, and then you would hit Rupture every single time Rupture is up to get that really nice bleed damage. One thing that you could potentially change, if you don't want to use the Pain Gorgers, is we could go with the Rupture aspects So the rupture aspect, which is the wonton rupture, gives you basically one free rupture that doesn't consume the bleeds on the target once every I think it's like 30 seconds, which is actually pretty powerful. It's pretty powerful to be able to just like take all of the damage of the bleed, reapply it to the target, but then not consume the bleed. So that's another way that you could potentially go with this. Wonton Rupture might be a better idea for single target. I do think the Pain Gorgers, though, are going to be pretty ridiculous for AoE, which could be interesting. All in all, though, I mean, it's really just a one item that you could like flip out in and out. Like, it's not really that big of a deal at the end of the day. You just put this one in, take the other one out, and then just keep on rolling. I don't really think this one makes such a huge difference in the AoE, but it definitely does make a huge difference when you're fighting like a boss or something like that, because you'll apply like a massive amount of bleeds, like say like 1,000,000 bleeds or something like that, and then you hit them with this, and it takes that 1,000,000 and it smacks them in the face with 1,000,000, but it doesn't actually remove the bleed, so you actually keep that 1,000,000 bleeds still ticking on the target while you hit them for another 1,000,000, which is pretty useful in single target. It makes the single target of this character like a lot stronger. Fields of Crimson helps with single target too, because the pool basically makes it so that they take 20% increased bleeding damage the entire time. So that also helps a little bit as well. I mean, on top of that, you also have this guy is going to be stacking bleeds as well, which you can actually take advantage of with Rupture. So if you set this guy up for bleeding, which you should, he can make everything bleed. And then on top of that, then you also get to pull his bleed, because we've actually tested this in the past. It doesn't matter where the bleed came from. He'll just pull the bleeds and he'll use them. Same thing with poison. Like if the monster's poisoned and you have something that pulls the poisons and like reapplies them or whatever as physical damage or something, like it'll pull everybody's poison, including like the rogues and the like the druids. It'll just pull everybody's, and it just adds it all up and just like reapplies it to the target. It doesn't seem to care where the bleed comes from, so I'm fairly certain that the bleed on the Sensual is probably still going to have an effect. Let's go ahead and update him. Let's talk about his gear and powers. So main stats are berserking damage plus vulnerable damage. And then you could also potentially, I think it was also, I'm trying to think here. What am I running this season? I really want to start off with that freaking Necromancer. I actually already did that Necromancer. Was having a lot of fun playing around with him. Meteor Sorc looks interesting. I'm not gonna lie. It definitely does look interesting. Personally, I'm looking at it and I'm, you know, I'm trying to like sit here and think about what I want to do. These are the builds that I currently have. They're all in the description, by the way. We've got the bleed charge build, which I just finished crafting. The bleed charge build is kind of like just taking advantage of the new ring and the beefing up of the charge ability. It should work out pretty darn well, to be honest. I don't see why not, because the way that charge works, how it applies the unstoppable. I mean, you basically have like permanent unstoppable charge as long as you can keep it up, which you should be able to with the way I have it set up. You could maybe reduce the cooldown a little bit further with cooldown reduction equipment. The pen shot build, I know for a fact the pen shot works. It's really just a matter of, tweaking it and getting it to the right values. I do think that it's... oh, something's wrong. Why is that? That should be shadow. It should be shadow imbuement. I don't know why that was the wrong one. Hold on. Let's fix that before we get in trouble. And this should be caltrops. What is this? Why is this wrong? This is wrong. That should be caltrops. Did this like not save or something? Is that what's going on? Let me do a quick check on the skill tree. No, it's caltrops is there. Okay. Poison imbuement. Yes. Poison imbuement is there, right? Okay. I guess it just didn't update that one thing. And then backing back out. So we have also got the Meteor Sorceress. So we set the Meteor Sorceress up. She looks pretty beefy. I set her up for direct damage, not burn damage. I'm not really 100% sure if burn damage would be the best choice for Meteor, because Meteor is mostly physical damage or mostly direct fire damage and not burn damage. So I'm not really sure if setting up for burn damage is the best idea. So I went the other way and I set it up for like direct damage. Of course, it still has burn damage, and when you build for direct fire damage, you actually still burn pretty well. It's just not going to be like ridiculous burn damage. It's going to be decent. I mean, I got the like the Tal Rashes on there. We're using like the aspect of the 3 curses. I mean, it should be a pretty solid build overall. I don't see any reason why it won't work. I'll probably build one. It won't be my first character, but I'll probably build one eventually. Did I forget to put gems in here? Be emeralds, I think, and then most likely rubies, and then probably skulls, since she's a sorceress. The Sensual's not saving right now. I'm waiting for Printer to fix it. And then the Bone Spirit build. The Bone Spirit build, man, I really kind of want to mess around with the Bone Spirit build already. But basically, it's just kind of like a slightly changed version of my previous Bone Spirit build. And utilizing the new Shattered Spirits aspects. That's like the main thing that really changes the way that this build works. And I'm really kind of interested to see how well this Shattered Spirits aspect works. They also changed the aspect of the Swelling Curse, which looks a lot better now. On top of that, and then I kind of shifted it a little bit from Pure Hemorrhage to Corpse Explosion, so we'll see how that changes things. Using the aspect of the Embalmer to get the 30% chance to spawn Blood Orbs. It could be really a really powerful build overall, but we'll have to see. Bone Spirit is one of those things that hits really hard, but it's also really clunky because it does require a bit of prep work. But maybe it might be all right. We'll have to see. And then finally, I also set up the Lightning Storm, so that was also on the list. I kind of went for like a full, like, you can't see the screen or the ground or your character kind of a build, where literally you just have lightning everywhere covering the entire screen from as far as the eye can see. Basically the lag your face up build, which it should be pretty fun. I mean, I was actually counting these earlier, the number of various lightning effects that this boy's going to have going at any given time. Let's add them up real quick, shall we? So first off, he's going to have Lightning Storm, which is going to be pretty great with the new unique item, because it's going to have like additional lightning strikes that swell and grow. So the more you channel it, the more lightning strikes you have, right? Then we also have the overcharged aspect, which gives you the lightning damage to overcharge to the target for 3 seconds, causing any direct damage you deal to them to pulse to additional enemies, which is going to be a second way that we're just dealing massive amounts of lightning damage. Cataclysm, which we're going to try and keep up all the time, that's 3. We also have the Hurricane ability, which doesn't really do lightning, but it's going to be constantly active or it should be anyway. We got Runeworker's Conduit, which is 4, which is basically going to just make it so that we charge the air around you, causing lightning to bolts to periodically hit enemies in the area, so that's another one. The Lightning Dancer's aspect is 5, so we've got 5 different lightning bolts going off at any given time. And then on top of this, we also have, we may actually take the Storm's Companion out of this build. I'm not really entirely sure it's worth using, to be honest. We also have the Overload aspect, which is 6. So now we're at 6 random lightning effects that are going off on a regular basis. And then within the skill tree, we also have other lightning effects. So we have the Bad Omen, which is 7. So that's 7 lightning effects going off at any given time. Just tons of little lightning effects, right? And then we also have the... where's that last one? I know we have one more. We have one more at least. At least one more. Can't even remember them all. I think there was actually 9 the last time I checked, but I could be off. But basically, we've just got like tons of lightning effects, just constantly crashing around. Oh yeah, that's right. I had set up the Sensual to be the 8 and 9, which the Sensual was going to use lightning bolts, and then also grabbing the multi-shot, the piercing, and then I was going to go for the seeking so that the attacks actually like seek the target, and that was like a whole nother lightning way that you could add things. And then on top of that, I was also going to go with another way to add lightning, which is the Tempest, which is the one that electrically charges the air, blah blah blah, and then set that one up. So we literally had like multiple lightning, just craziness going on. This character should be so insane that literally when you step foot on the battlefield, there should just be like an anime level lightning storm happening with like bolts coming down like all over the place, like all over the place, like just absolutely insane. So when you play that character, you might be like, I'm gonna have to lower my graphics a little bit because this is insane. I'm getting like 2 FPS while I'm at full lightning firing mode. I mean, all these are up here. If you guys want to play around with any of these, in fact, let me take like a quick screenshot. No. And we can post these on the community board. I mean, obviously, these are rough drafts because we haven't actually gotten into the game yet. And, full disclaimer, they may not work, blah, blah, blah. They might need to, like, make changes to them and things like that. That's just kind of how it works. Let's go to the community page. I can just tell how hyped you guys are for Diablo 4. There was a little bit of sarcasm there. A little bit of sarcasm. I'm kind of excited. I don't know about you guys, but I'm kind of excited. I want to try out this Bone Spirit build. I really do. All right, there we go. Alright, let's post the link for the Theorycraft. Alright, post. Look at that. Posted. We posted it. We did it. We did it, boys. I'm not really sure I want to make videos on these until I'm actually sure that they work. You know, like I'm not putting my reputation on the not putting my reputation on the line for these Pojank boots. No, I think they'll probably all work just fine. Whether or not they'll be like tier 100, like Uber Lilith capable, I mean that's well, we will see, I guess. I mean, it's going to be a lot more difficult this season than it was in the previous seasons. I think it's something that does need to be called out is that, well, we don't know exactly how good this Sensual is. And at this particular point in time, we are basically just regular characters, like Eternal Realm characters with no seasonal powers. And if the Sensual proves to be absolutely amazing and like carries us through half the content on its own, well then, amazing. But if the Sensual proves to be absolutely useless, or mostly useless anyway, then, well, we're basically just Eternal Realm characters that are fighting without any seasonal powers. And at that point, you guys are as well aware as I am of which builds can, like for instance, kill Uber Lilith without any seasonal powers. It's a limited list. No seasonal powers means we're missing a lot of damage and a lot of abilities. So a lot of it is going to come down to, can this Sensual really hang? Like, how good is he? Like, what tier is he useful up to? Is he actually getting our multipliers? Like, how much of what we have is actually going to, like, transfer over to the Sensual, the little spider pet. What's up, Fighting Spirit? How's it going? Hey, Nausea Jaws. For those of you who are in the kinship, be sure to sign up on the sheet. I think we got about like 8 or 9 people signed up so far for Season 3. Make sure that you put down whether you're going to be available, during the launch. Because if you're not available during launch, well, then we can't really put you in a group. It's really for like setting up groups in advance. And it helps us kind of like get everything situated, really early on. I think that's pretty much it. I actually have to go to work today, or tonight, so I'm going to hop off here. It's been fun hanging out with you guys for like 6.5 hours doing theory crafts. Sorry, Kubus keeps drawing me away from the computer. That's actually a screenshot from the, well, not a screenshot from the game, but that's actually one of the new cosmetic sets, apparently, and the wallpaper. It looks kind of cool. It's like a freaking samurai. I actually really like it. I'm a big fan of samurais, okay? I do like samurais. I think samurai armor is amazing. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, guys and gals. Thanks for joining me for these fun adventures. I'm not sure what we're going to be doing tomorrow, but obviously on the 23rd, we're going to be playing some Diablo, so I hope you'll join me. And as always, keep watching.